There we go. No, we didn't forget to mute this time, unmute this time. What's up, everybody? Jester here. Let me get the microphone a little bit closer. How is everybody doing tonight? Oh, wait 1 second. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Sorry, well, for whatever reason, the fucking tracking's being a butthole on the model. That's okay. We're not going to use it much tonight. How's everybody doing? Sorry, I'm running late. Let me explain. And what's up, Patea? Let me explain. It was ridiculous hot today. In and around the Kansas City metro area. Even as of right now at 7 p.m. my local time, it is 94 degrees with a relative humidity of 68%. It's super hot. It's super thick. There's no wind. It is heavy. I went out at about 2 p.m. To go to the grocery store to get some stuff for a work event we're going to have this coming week. I got home. I made dinner. And by the time I was done with that, I was completely overheated. Just doing a couple of small things. And mind you, most of this was indoors and still got overheated. So I just took a little extra time tonight. So I apologize that I'm late, but I wasn't feeling very good. I needed to get some water. And when I say water, I mean, this is a very diluted Country Time pink lemonade, but we are drinking water today. For now, I do have some beer, but we may or may not get into that. There's nothing better than a cold beer on a hot day, but it is oppressively hot today. And really, it's not the heat. It's the fucking humidity. It's a sauna. Anytime you step outside, it's an absolute sauna. And it hurt. It wasn't fun today. So I just needed a little extra time to cool off. We're good now. So I appreciate you guys kind of bearing with me for that extra hour. There's no chance we're going to miss one of these streams unless I announce it sooner, or much sooner than what would have been today. So, because I look forward to these all week. These are absolutely fun to me, and I can't wait to get into them. We got work to do tonight, though. We didn't get all that far into the trades with Sutherland yet. We are still in Coastal Highway. We are trying to get him to trust us, so he will unlock his tails, so we can go do those. When we get this done is when we get this done, boys. We're not going to rush this. If it takes us another stream tomorrow and today, and then even another week, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to do it. And then all of the episodes that we've done so far, all of the streams will be condensed into one episode of setup for the Ropes of the Long Dark video series. From there on, it's just going to be, the videos will be us going to the region, getting the ropes, kind of setting up our pathing and how we need to do this. Getting the ropes, getting them down, and getting them home will be the episodes going forward. So there'll be several of those episodes, but I just didn't feel like I wanted to do 3 or 4 setup episodes for the series. Like it would take too long for people to get invested in. But I think one episode is good because there are setup things we have to do. And we've done this right. Lord knows we've done it right. We've had multiple opportunities now to redo it. So there's that. Hang on, let me get a little bit of this water. Oh. So yeah, I might have a beer or two later. I've been pretty good boy this week. A little side note for programming. We will be, after next Thursday, this coming Thursday, I will be on vacation for 17 glorious days. I plan to get the new studio put together by then. I plan to get the new outdoor shooting area power washed and assembled into the order that I want it. It's the same equipment. It's just going to be in a different configuration. I've got stuff that we want to do, but I thought what better opportunity than to maybe run a couple of earlier, like weeknight streams somewhere in the 5 to 6 Central Time range, where we go back, we finish up the stuff that we've been doing like prior to all of this. We go back, we finish up Half-Life 2 with episode 2. We go and we play Titanfall 2 because we've always wanted to do that and we've not done it yet. I thought maybe on this coming Friday night, we might do what we wanted to do because it's something we can do now. We might go and do Red Dead 2 and make that a Friday stream thing. The problem with that is it would typically be an 11 p.m. Central Time start. But look, we're not in a hurry to beat Red Dead 2. We've already beat it. So what if we put 3 or 4 hours a week into it? To me, it gets us playing that game again. And with the new rig, I think we can play that game at a very, very good resolution. So remember, we tried to do it before, but it was just so shitty and laggy. It was impossible to play. Also, another little note, I broke my controller last night inadvertently. I forgot that it was a little tight on the wire, and I kind of went to turn left, and it yoinked it right out of my hand and hit the ground. The X button somehow got broke. Because I was trying to play Dune Awakening a little bit last night and get reset up to go out and do some stuff, but as it turns out, I can't really. I'd have to play keyboard and mouse, which is not how I learned to play that game, so it would be tough for me. And I say that because of other games that we may have to play keyboard and mouse. We'll see. We'll see. I do have a new controller on the way. This time it's going to be wireless with a base charging unit that will just connect right into the computer. So it shouldn't. No, I wasn't raging. Look, I will be the first to admit that I have broken controllers in the past out of rage. I have destroyed controllers in the past. We don't do that anymore. The money's too tight. And we got other things we want to spend that money on. This was purely an accident because I've got it wired around from the back side of the computer. If I had it wired from the front side of the computer, it probably would have never happened. But because it's wired from the back, I ran out of cable or cord, and I didn't think about it. And as soon as I turned to my left in my little swivel chair, it yoinked it right out of my hands, went into the metal part of the desk with the legs and stuff, and then hit the ground. And it's just broken. But that being said, I thought, again, not this coming week, but the following week, in the what I'm hoping is going to be late afternoon for you, early evening for me, the 5 to 6 o'clock p.m. Central Time range, we may try to finish up Half-Life 2, and we might try to get through Titanfall 2, because we've been talking about those two games for ages. Hell, we're almost finished with Half-Life 2. We've beat episode 1. We just got to go beat episode 2, and we've done it. And I can mark that one off the to-do list. Also, we might do a little bit of No Man's Sky, because I kind of want to make that final base video. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to stream a little bit. I've got work that we're going to be doing, like actual building of sets. We're going to be doing just a lot of things. I've got 4 recordings, so I came up with a name. Oh, well, thank you. I actually took the time finally to get everything tuned properly. It took a while. The mouth is still a little meh, but that's because I'm in fairly low light. So I don't know. If I'm not looking directly at the camera, the mouth doesn't look quite right. It is what it is. We came up with a name for the restaurant. It's not even a podcast. It's going to be a 4-part show. Because I've got 3 really good friends that have been in the restaurant business for a very long time, and then myself. And I'm going to interview them about if they could open a restaurant, what it would be, what kind of style they would do, what type of food, how they would work with food costs, the type of service. Are we talking full bar? What kind of menu is that going to look like? Are we talking no booze at all? They're just serving soft drinks. But I want them the opportunity to build their dream restaurant in a fictional setting. And the name of that 4-part series is going to be A Table for None. I'm pretty proud of the name, actually. It comes up. It's pretty nice. because it's not a real restaurant. So there's no table, but we're putting a table there for people to come out and talk about that. And Fratelli has agreed to interview me so that my community can get what I would do for a restaurant. I don't know. It may be for nobody, but some people might enjoy it. I love talking about restaurant stuff, restaurant business. I'm an old. That was my first job in the world, was a restaurant job. And it sucked. I was washing fucking dishes at a mom and pop barbecue place. But I stayed with them, and I worked my way up to cook, and I worked my way up to counter, and I worked my way up to server, and I did every job in that damn building. So I think I would love the opportunity to say what I would want to do, why I would do it the way I want to do it, why my stuff would be different. And I want to give those guys the opportunity to do the same thing, because they've been in the business almost as long as I have, as three good friends of mine. So that is to come on my vacation. I will be filming those 4 episodes. It'll probably take an hour to film. We'll cut it down to where it's a little bit less intrusive. Maybe we'll keep it at an hour. I don't know. But it's just conversations about the restaurant business and what their dream would be. And if it's popular and people like it, I'll have people back on. We'll talk more things about restaurants. It doesn't just have to be about their dream restaurant, but we could talk about things going on with the industry, like tipping. I could talk a whole hour on tipping. No problem. So, and the shithole that's become. But yeah, before we got started tonight, I just wanted to give that little bit of a programming update. There will be live streams during my vacation during the week. And then, of course, we will continue to do the ropes on the weekends. But I'm also doing other work behind the scenes. If I get my way, by the end of my 17-day vacation, I will have an area for my computer, and right next to it, I will have a small set built with lighting and like furniture, like some furniture, and some type of reasonable backdrop, to where I can come in and make a food type video in a nice looking environment that isn't just he's just on a black tablecloth. Like that's what I want, is a place to shoot that type of video. And I think we can do it. And I think we can do it within that 17-day window, because the stuff I'm looking at for sound dampening is not that expensive. And there are secondhand shops that sell things like, just kitchen counters and stuff. And maybe they got like a little kitchen cabinet, and I go in and find one that's got a countertop on it. We just make that our centerpiece. We put a cutting board on that. Bingo, bango, we're balling, right? It's a set. We just got to have a backdrop. I could even be on camera. I don't care. The more I think about it, the more I think I'm going to be on camera a few times here in the future, like near future. Because I kind of want to intro stuff like I used to. I'm not afraid of being on camera. It's just that I don't prefer to do that, which is why I have the model for stuff like this. So. But that's where we're going here in the next few weeks. Trust me, you guys will be along for the ride, because I'll be talking about where we're at with everything. And I might even make some behind the scenes video. I'm really nervous about putting out video of the current state of my room or my area, because it's not a finished anything. It's unfinished basement. And I know people are going to be very judgy about that. And it's like, look, I'm trying to use the philosophy I use in survival games. And that is always be improving your situation. No matter what you're doing, try to keep improving your situation. And for me, the more this place looks like a home, the more I'm going to make it feel, or it's going to feel like a home. And that's what I'm trying to do. My studio is going to have carpet. It ain't going to be like bolted down and shit, but it'll have carpet. It'll have walls. It probably won't have a door, but we'll see how that goes. I might put in something behind to kind of create like a U shape to where I can sit in. Airflow is going to be a problem. I'm trying to figure out how to get air in and out of that area, because it's off the beaten path. But yeah, I would like my front room back, because then I could set up like a big ass television in the front room and get a new couch and have a place where I can sit and chill when I'm not trying to sit in bed and watch television. I can sit out here, have dinner, watch a movie, watch a show, like just normal life shit is what I want to do. So, and I don't know how much of that I really want to share, because the space is pretty... It's livable completely, but I think people would judge, and that's unfortunate. Sorry, boys, hydration break. Okay. So, Now that we kind of got that out of the way, tonight we're going back into Coastal Highway, and we're going to try to get Sutherland to like us, I guess. I guess. With that said, I guess we could just go ahead and pop in over here. I don't know why it does that screen. All right, so we're going to be on the ropes of TLD, and let's just load on in. Now, if I remember correctly, we had cooked a whole bunch of meat, and we made a whole bunch of water. Yup. And we'd already taken down a bear, but there was another bear that might be in the area. Why don't we come out here and take a look? All right, meat's there. It's getting pretty late in the day. We're going to have to go back to this sleep 1 hour cycle until we get an Aurora where we can get another trade or two from Sutherland. It's just the way it's going to have to be. Looks like for whatever reason, the bear has decided to retreat. Uh-oh. I can't reload. Not working. Okay, that's a problem. Am I gonna have to go get a different keyboard? Did I break the R button on my keyboard somehow? What the actual shit's going on here? Maybe it'll let me reload after we take a shot. But I'm not in a real hurry to do that either. Let's stay close to home for tonight. Do we have food on us? Got a couple of steaks. We'll pick up another one or two. How much water do we have? Yeah, we'll pick up some water as well. We need to go on a fuel finding mission. So if we don't get an Aurora tonight, we'll try to come out here and maybe we'll break down these pallets for tomorrow day. And we'll try to get as much wood as we can so that we can do fires. Although the reclaimed wood is not nearly as good as like the, cedar and fir. So maybe we'll kind of key on that instead. But we about got ate by a bear last time we went out for that, which was quite interesting. I'm a little bothered here that R button isn't working. That's just our meat for the trader. The game looks and moves so good. All right, all right, all right. Trying to get the little ones out of there. We still got a cooking pot on us, right? Oh, yeah. And some fishing gear. We're a little bit heavy here, Lloyd. Don't we store some things? Well, that took care of that. I forgot we had that salt on us. That mostly took care of everything. Yeah, you can't get that out of there. All right. Wait a minute. Okay, we had fixed everything, mostly, except for a few things that it would have been wasteful to fix at that point. Like, we're getting ready to have to do those, but we don't do it right now. somewhere we had some cloth. Yeah, 20 pieces there. Okay, cool. We got a lot of art and stuff here that we can take with us back home that we can decorate with, which will be wonderful. If we keep kind of striking out, we might just try to head back home with a load of stuff and then get back over here. I don't think that's such a horrible idea. What am I doing even? Why am I even doing that? This can stay right where it is. We don't care. Yeah, we don't care. I was gonna say, oh, we need to decorate. Yeah, not here, we don't. Remember, we found one rope. This will stay here until we come back and see if we can find more ropes here. But we did find one rope. So much easier to clean stuff up now. I mean, it really is. Yeah, that was the other bag of salt there. Not that we need any of that. Let's start passing some time to get to nighttime because we're just not very tired. We'll start sleeping once we're tired. We'll go for an hour at a time and we'll see if we can't catch an aurora. If we do, we'll do some trade things and then we'll try to make those happen. But right now, we're just in a holding pattern until we get another aurora. Okay, we can still pass just a little more time here. Let's eat and drink. And then we'll sleep for an hour. Get up, see if there's an aurora, and then we'll go back to sleep for an hour. No aurora. I guess we could go out and sleep in a car. That does kind of boost odds. I don't know if anything really boosts odds. I've heard people say that it boosts your odds. This is something I wish game developers would stop doing, though, is tying things like this behind random events. It doesn't do, it serves no purpose to the flow of gameplay at all. It's actually kind of infuriating to know that I've just got to sit and wait for a chance of something to happen. There's no skill, no anything. It's just pure RNG. And they're using it as a core part of the mechanic to make it work. And I just wish they would stop doing that. We could still get an aurora. I won't be holding my breath. At this point, we're going to be lucky to, like, I guess around 75 days is when we finally go out and start getting the ropes. It feels so long, but like, I just don't know. I can't say because of this bullshit. Having to sit every night and wait to see if we get an aurora or not so we can advance. They already used this once in Sundered Pass, and I didn't like it there either. It's just a waiting game. I don't much care for that kind of shit. We'll keep sleeping, though. Not tired. It's amazing how just passing time makes you lose more water than sleeping. Insane. All right, let's get that energy back. We're not getting an Aurora tonight. So what do we do to pass the time? I think collect firewood would be a good thing. Be ready for, here, let's do this first. Let's eat and then drink. And then we'll go out locked and loaded and see if we can't, if the bear is around or not. Yeah, honestly, I can't reload. Still very, very early. The sun's not quite up yet. That's a deer. Thought we saw some wood. Where did I see it at then? Guess there's some here. This will pass a little time. Do. Really good. I played a little bit of Dune and a little bit of Conan. I played quite a bit of this, as it were, and I'm loving most everything. I need a new controller. Look, I knew I was gonna need keyboard and mouse. I've just been kind of shopping around on that. I want something very specific that's not going to be mechanical, or if it is mechanical, it's got silent switches because I'm tired of the clicky clack. I go through phases sometimes where I want to hear the clicky clack and then I don't. But all the inputs, the way things play, the way everything works together, it's all been very good. I really want to put that to test, is why I was thinking about going to Red Dead. Because that game will stress the shit out of a PC. For the moment, let's put that down. Let's come over here and drop. I think we'll put that there, and we'll drop some wood over here. Perfect. We need to gather sticks, too. You know what I am going to do? I'm going to put that hacksaw away for right now because it keeps bringing that up as my first option, and I don't like that. Oh, I saw some wood over here, but you watch. As soon as I do this, that bear's going to come walking straight down that fucking hill. Call it a hunch. It was up last we saw, but it retreated back up the hill. I've never really tracked it up past its cave, so I don't know if it's got an upper pathing that it takes or if it just comes down here. Either way, we got to be a little bit careful. Because he could come down that hill at any point and surprise the shit out of us. And that wouldn't be ideal. We'd rather have the jump on him, you know. Oh, so it does go all that way up north then. Okay, then we may have a while before he gets back down here, which is fine. We don't need him at the moment, but like, I'm thinking about it. Because the way our RNG has been going in this run, I just don't trust that we're going to get a Aurora anytime soon. All right, that should be more than enough sticks for a while. There's tons of wood we could break down for reclaimed, but I don't care about that really. If I'm being absolutely honest, I don't really care. There was the one I saw. Okay, we can go get it. I thought it was right along in there somewhere. I just tried to go up on that side instead of over here. My bad. This is fur. I love what we're doing here, though. We are improving our situation. Little by little. We haven't been in here. Let's go in here and have a look, huh? I don't know that we need to loot. I just kind of wanted to have a look around to see if there's anything interesting laying around. Don't need the food, really. We can save that for when we come back here later. But I get this funny feeling that this region's not going to be... We're not going to be in coastal much at all for the actual ropes portion of this. I don't know how you died inside like this, buddy, but okay. All right, so we can come back to this at some point. It doesn't really matter. We can loot it out kind of exclusively, I guess, at that point. I wouldn't mind delivery, just saying. If we can get delivery, I think we'll take the bear. If we can't get delivery, meaning him come to us, then we'll just kind of play it by ear. We know at one point he was coming down the hill, but he actually turned around and went back that way as we got further away from him. We didn't want to draw him in at that point. So at the very least, he was active. We know that for a fact, was active. Doesn't necessarily mean is currently active. It could be days before they make it back down here again. But unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be sitting here for fucking days. No, I was kind of curious about that as well. I thought maybe you had done it. that's a good pile of firewood there that we can make water or cook with. That's good because we're running out of coal. Oh, that only had 77 calories on it. Are you just now noticing that? I knew it. I saw it the other day. I thought it was weird, but I figured, well... Oh, I tell you, I know why. Because your username and your @ are different. Would be my guess. Because you probably didn't set your @ and it defaulted to something that it knew. Something Microsoft based, if you know what I'm saying, like your gamer tag. Which is kind of doxing in a way. Not everybody wants their shit just out there like that. What do we do? We took the water, right? Yeah, we took the water. Well, I noticed the @ thing about a year ago, I think. Maybe a little longer. Because I made sure to do mine so that I got the one that I wanted. All right, not much more we can really do. I guess we could look around here. We haven't really done that, have we? Well, I don't even have Xbox. Matter of fact, I deleted all Xbox things from the computer on this one already. If and when I need to, I will. I do not believe I will need to with this computer. I think it's just going to be in your profile page. And then you would have to worry, at this point, you're going to have to worry if somebody else has it now, which I don't think with yours it would. Yours is about as unique as I've ever seen. But I would imagine that's going to be under your profile. Hey. All right, then. How about a sapling? I mean, it's useless to us right now, but it's a sapling. So this is what I was hoping to avoid, was looting a whole bunch over here, because that's just shit that I don't know. In the main ropes run, we're gonna look at everything, but we're gonna not take a whole lot of things. We're gonna just take, you know, a little bit of food here and there probably, and then water from like toilets and stuff like that. But other than that, we're not taking much of anything, unless it's we're swapping out our axe for a better axe or our knife for a better knife. We're not playing this like everybody else would play it. This is a very temporary run. Hang on, hydration break, boys. Very important. I need to get a couple more of these down. I've already got 1 or 2 of these down today. These 40-ounce tumblers with ice in it. Yeah, today was dangerous. It's so funny to be playing this game and know what it feels like outside right now. It was dangerous fucking heat today. dangerous heat. There he is. Was it just under your your profile? We'll have to remember that for anybody else that pops in and didn't catch it either. There's the name I'm used to. I mean, I know who you are, even with the other name. You've been around that long. All right. I guess I did search those. Okay. It doesn't matter. We got so much time. I just don't want to get too far away from the house right now. Hey. Easy with the knee injury shit right now. Camp just opened today. We got our first looks at Mahomes throwing the football today. You be easy. He is fully cleared to play. I just want to put that out there. Whether the doctors fudge shit or not, I don't know. But he's cleared to play, meaning he will be back in week 1. And we got your boy in the backfield this year. So I'm very much interested in that as well. Would also like to mention that I wanted to do a video of where I went to Chiefs training camp, because believe it or not, Chiefs training camp is not that awful far from me. It's a pretty easy day trip for me to get up to where they're doing their training camp. I've been up there before, and I wanted to take the backpack with the shoulder cam, and I didn't want to do like the practices and stuff. I just wanted to film like the fan experience of walking around and never go to the grandstands with the camera up ever. Because I know that would be very odd, filming plays and shit like that. Yeah. However, you can't even get into their fan area with a camera. You got to use your phone, and you can't video. You can only take stills. And I'm like, well, that's just stupid. Because I see a lot of average accounts that are showing footage of them out on the fields and shit. And maybe they're stealing that from news sources. I don't know, but I just wanted to go up there and watch a practice and get a feel for it again, because it's been a while since I've been up there. But damn, that heat today would have killed me. It would have definitely killed me. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to look, brother. We've had Pacheco for several years. You know, the guy's fine. He plays hard as shit. It's just that he was never the same after he broke his leg. And that's not an indictment. How many people do you know that have never been the same after breaking a leg or something? Like, it's hard to come back from. And then we had Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a very, very good short yardage guy, but look, short yardage doesn't get it done. We need a guy that's a fucking threat, and they went out and got a guy that's a fucking threat. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing him get unleashed and what he's going to do to open up. See, that was the problem last year, mainly, was they could sit back in shell and just wait for the plays, and it was so much harder for the receivers to make these plays because we didn't have a good run game. Now they're going to have to play both sides. They're going to have to watch out for the receivers. They're going to have to respect that we've got a guy that can run the fucking football. And that's what I'm most looking forward to. I think I think that'll get us back to being a little more dynamic when it comes to offense. We became kind of a one-trick pony in the last couple of seasons because our running game just wasn't very good. You know, and oddly enough, 2 years ago, we made the fucking Super Bowl. We got our ass kicked in the Super Bowl, but we made it to the fucking Super Bowl for our third straight Super Bowl, winning the two before that, failing on the three-peat attempt. But, like, we didn't have a very good offense that year. The defense kind of carried us, and we played really good situational football, meaning our clock management was excellent. We played, it's hard to explain, but like just the manipulation of the clock and plays and score, we were very good at that year. That was the year that we lost to the Eagles in the Super Bowl that we had, Jesus, I don't know, like, what was it, like 10 or 11 one-score wins? Like, it was ridiculous how many we had. But that was because we were doing a good job of for the first time that I can remember in my Chiefs history, like, we've always been bad with the clock and shit. And that was a good sign they were able to do that. But last year, we were so predictable because we only ran a couple of different types of plays. Pacheco wasn't a huge threat to catch the ball out of the back. Yeah, Kenneth Walker, he's going to be fun to watch, man. I'm sorry that you guys lost him, but I'm happy that he found a home here. That's awesome. Has your guys' camp opened up yet? I'm sure it has. I'm sure that it has. I think everything's maybe some of them open on Monday. But for us, quarterbacks and rookies reported yesterday, and they had their first little thing today. And then I think on Monday, the rest of the veterans report. And then going into our first preseason game is when I wanted to go up there when I had that first week off. I wanted to go up at 9:15 in the morning and catch a practice. But I'm not going to go up there and pay money to get in just to watch the practice. I wanted to do something with it, like create a memory. Even if it doesn't become a video, I wanted to make it a video, but yeah, I'm just not that interested in it where I'm going to go be uncomfortable for 2 or 3 or 4 hours. Like, temperature uncomfortable. Even in the morning when it's hot like it is today, it's still super hot in the mornings. Like, the nighttime is not that much of a defense when it gets this hot. We go through it every year. We're used to it. It's just those days where the heat's one thing. It's the heat with the humidity that's the other thing. Yeah, well, look, man, I'm pulling for you guys. You're going to have your fucking hands full with the Rams. You're going to have your fucking hands full with the Rams. I heard a rumor that what's-his-name might be wanting to come back now. The one that retired, Sam Darnold. That he might come back because he's technically still under contract and never retired. He never, I guess, officially retired. Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, doing something like that, even if I didn't get to do any content out of it, going up and watching it would connect me to the team again. It would connect me to the team again. And I was very disconnected from the team last year. The product was bad. But another thing I really hated about last year was just, and this was league-wide. This wasn't just the Chiefs. I thought the officiating was fucking horrible. It was just fucking horrible. And it made it almost unwatchable for me to watch football games. Especially games that I gave a shit about. But again, they're going to play the way they're going to play whether I go to fucking training camp or not. Like, it's not like I'm some mystical lucky fucking charm. But it would be fun. I think to go up there and watch the guys. It'd be different though. The last time I went, my daughter was pretty young, and went up there with her, and she was loving it, and that made it a little more fun. Of course, that was a nighttime practice. So it started in the evening, but it was as the day was starting to cool off a bit. It was under the lights for the majority of it, so it wasn't as hot. But it made it different too, because she wanted to go up and see the guy she sees on TV. And I mean, I'll admit it, I don't get starstruck or anything anymore, but it was cool, you know. And that would have been well pre-Mahomes. So that's how long it's been since I've been up there. And they've won Super Bowls without me, so it's, again, not like I'm some kind of weird lucky charm. Let's try passing an hour here. We could have done this the whole time. I don't know. I was just talking football. I want to be excited about football again, and I'm just not. The officiating really just puts me off these days terribly. Oh, I don't necessarily think you guys are going to be weak. I think everybody thinks you're going to be weak because you lost Kenneth Walker. And if they wanted Kenneth Walker, they would have found a way to fucking keep him. Like, that's the way it works. I'm beginning to think, though, that the Chiefs have made too many of those kind of decisions. Chris Jones being one of them. I love the guy. Love him to freaking death, but he is well past his prime. And signing him last year really kind of hurt the team. It really kind of hurt the team. But I get it. You want your hero guys to be your hero guys and be able to retire with the team, and I get it, but it's not great. All right, let's sleep an hour at a time here. I mean, historically, it's pretty common for a team coming off a Super Bowl, win or a loss, to not nearly be quite as good as they were the year before. The Chiefs kind of bucked that trend a little bit, but not completely. Come the fuck on with this Aurora shit, man. This is just infuriating. I'm sitting here waiting to be able to do some trades, and they're like, no, we'll just let you do it when we want you to do it. We're going to keep you here until we decide it's your time to do it. There's nothing I can do to make it faster. I hate that. I think this is a lazy mechanic for developers to put in video games. These RNG events. I think the Pats are going to take a pretty big step back this year, honestly. I think they way overachieved last year. And what's funny is I think the Broncos overachieved last year too. Sure, they beat us twice, but we were not a very good team last year. That rivalry will be real interesting. We get that on week 1 Monday Night Football. We get the Broncos at Arrowhead. I don't know if this made national news or not, but the Chiefs did just put out the renderings for their new stadium. It's basically Arrowhead with a roof in a different location. It's some type of next level glass roof and not retractable, which I think is a mistake. We're not going to get an Aurora tonight either, boys. Yeah, I'm not saying that the Chiefs would have beat the Pats last year, because I don't think so. The Chiefs were just not very good last year. Our defense wasn't as strong as it's. Wait, we got just a. Oh shit! Get there, get there, get there! Why would they do this? I'm not gonna turn it on. Don't have the time. Trade, trade, trade. Okay. We can do those. Oh, hang on. I don't want to go through the lamp oil ordeal again, so let's not do that. All right, so hang on. Let's look at everything we need here. We need 1, 2, 4 liters of water, and we need 4, 6, 9 kilos of meat. Well, if I accept the trade, I'm not going to get to. Okay, well, I'm not going to turn it on because we're so close to morning. But we'll go through the prompts. And I got to make sure to get the trades in. Otherwise, we're screwed here. So hopefully now that we've clicked on those things, it gives us credit for them because I didn't listen. All right, let's make sure to get our trades in. That's important. We don't need any of this shit. But we're going to do it anyway. All right, hang on. Now we can turn voice on.
Well, most folks try and avoid them. Look, I try to keep an even keel and an open mind. But I can't stand a backstabber or a liar. An old system meant to keep folks connected, whatever that means. I never had much use for them, even out at sea. Just throw me overboard. That's how I... This one time... Lost it again. Never mind. Everyone gets a name, right? I had a name. Sutherland. Yeah, that's it. Sutherland.
Dude's gone, bro.
I need to wake up. Loopy tonight. What was it you said? Yeah, I don't walk too good at all anymore, thanks to this driftwood I call my leg. But out here on my boat, I do just fine. I have my ways, even from my boat. Stuff's just floating out here. Containers, even some empty drifting ships. Just gotta find it first. World's a cold place. Trust comes slowly. You keep your word, I'll keep mine. Don't know what it was like for you before, but that's how I deal. Straight up. Too much for you?
Negative.
I had to get to sea as soon as the lights showed up, or a bit after. There was a storm, and couldn't get offshore. Can't really tell you why. Oh, but what's it to you anyhow? What are they saying, the others? We're really out on the edge of it all, ain't we? Some people do well with it. Others go a little crazy. Still others go out in the world looking for crazy. Maybe that's you.
All right, we've done all of the talking we can do. We've got our active trades. We needed 9 kilos of meat and 6 kilos of water. Or 6 liters of water, which is 6 kilos. But we know what we need to do, and we will get all of the things, which include stuff we don't need, but this is fine. And we'll pick all that up in the morning, probably. Because we are fully rested. You know what? We're going to go ahead and pass an hour because I don't feel like dealing with an Aurora animal right now. Which is still going to be an Aurora animal.
I need to draw something.
And options and audio. And no more will. For now. That big son of a gun ain't behind us either. All right, I'm a little concerned. We've been over here for a little bit now. That the bear might be back up. Wait, did I already get clocked? No, it wasn't a woof. It was just the way that something sounded there. Fair enough. Brother, I'm telling you, this playlist it makes better Long Dark music than the Long Dark music itself. Guaranteed. And I don't do anything to doctor the playlist. It's just a fucking playlist. Oh shit, we took off without anything to eat. That bear is up. He's right out in front of us. Coming our way, too. Trying to get into position. I'm going to run out of stamina. He is coming right at us. This is tight. This is really close. All right, he turned, which gave us the right of way there. What is he doing? There he comes. Okay. Yeah, they respawned this one real quickly. Real quickly. Well, let's take care of him. We're going to try to bring him down right about here. We are safe in our house, so he can't get us in here. This is about as cheesy as it gets, but we're going to do it anyway. Let's just take our time, let him come to us. Let's get him, like I said, somewhere like right in here. Take a good freaking headshot and hope it gets him. If not, we'll run out and try to get a second shot on him. If he's running. There's no need to take it from distance. it turns him back around. All right, let's let him come in. He's hit. I wish it was One Shot City. The game's just fucking me on this run. And it won't let me reload the gun. But I can't even tell if this motherfucker's bleeding right now. We took the shot we wanted, and I don't see any blood. Well, maybe I do right there. This one's going to get even closer before we pop him. He's hit. He's bleeding out, but I don't want him getting too far away. Let's keep him right around here where we've got shelter, and we're going to go drop this stuff off over at the trader, and then we'll come back clean him up. That is just... That is close enough. How big is he? 32 kilos. Nice. All right, let's go drop the stuff off at the trader. I may have to restart the game because it's not letting me reload. That's not good. Good chunk of meat down, though. We don't have to cook him right away, but we now will have that meat to cook and be available to us, which is nice. It's a nice to have, but not a need to have. It took us 3 rounds, which was unfortunate. Our RNG this run has just been horrible in everything. Between fire starting, between critical hits with the guns, we've really struggled with RNG. That's okay though. We're fighting through it. All right, let's go put 9 meats and 6 waters over here, and then we'll be lightened up enough to go get some harvesting done on the bear. Remember, it's super early morning, so we got time to get all this done. And then tonight should be the Aurora, where we get to talk to him again. But we won't probably be able to do more trades until the next Aurora, which sucks, but it is what it is. All right, let's put that away. Perfect. Perfect. It won't let me. Oh, okay, never mind. So now everything should be good. All right, we fulfilled everything. Let's see if it kind of screws up like it did last time, or if we actually get to do the thing this time. Let's get over towards the bear, and let's get some meat harvested. We'll start ferrying that back to the house. We're gonna have to be careful because they may try the double bear thing on us. That's a possibility. Okay, that was a much bigger drop than I thought it was gonna be. My bad. Oh, I've done that dozens of times. Oh yeah, that happens to everybody. I wonder if they're going to try to hit us with another bear as we get back over there. That'd be some dirty pool, wouldn't it? We should have dropped a bunch of shit off. We kind of dropped the ball on that one. We got too much cloth on us right now. We got a bunch of other crap we don't need. But then again, we weren't coming out here planning on taking a bear. That was not our intent. We were trying to just get over to the trader and lock in those trades, but this is fine. Actually, I did do that right. Keep working on them, I guess. From which way? Okay. I can't reload. Can I reload from in here? No. All right, well, meat just keeps delivering itself to us, huh? I got real clear out here, didn't it? That's weird looking. Yeah, let's just drop it. Let's get the last 10. Midday, doing pretty good. We're a little heavy, but that's all right. How long is that going to take? We'll go ahead and take the pelt. We don't need it, but we'll take it. We might pelt the wolf there as well. And actually, we might harvest his meat because we may still need more meat for trading. And it looks like we're going to have to deal with his buddy here, too. Oh, he don't like this. All right, well, we'll just harvest him then. We got to be careful here because we can't reload right now. That's not ideal. Oh, and I don't have any meat on me. We're going to lose our well-fed. Or did we have cooked fish? Ah, ha, ha. Something weird's going on here. That'll get us enough calories to get back across. Pick up some more bear meat, and then we'll start getting across there. Let's drop all of this shit, though. You know, we might leave a little bit of meat over here, too. Just for the sake of having it. Just in case we get stuck out here. But we got some fish cooked already, so it kind of makes no sense. I'm more concerned right now with that other bear have coming down the hill. I'm going to get some water while we're walking super slow because we should be safe. I'll be right back. All right, boys. I went ahead and grabbed a beer as well. I don't think we have very many. There's only 4 or 5 or 6 in there, so like not a huge deal. I was going to pick more up today, and I thought, no, let's just keep saving as much money as we can for the potential studio. Believe it or not, it's not even about having a dedicated place to do this, kind of like an office or a set. It's more about having a front room again. I don't like having my computer be what you see when you're sitting at the couch. It doesn't feel right. Yeah, for whatever reason, that button is not working. Let's try to get home, and then we'll restart real quick. Because I can't deal with that. That's going to be that could be me having to go dig through some shit to find a different keyboard if that button is broken. Because I have other keyboards. Matter of fact, I got a new keyboard sitting right over there that came with the computer. It's got its wireless little connector, and I put the batteries in it, and we have a brand new keyboard sitting there. Problem is it's not lit up, and consider I'm kind of in the dark. Without RGB on it, it makes it more difficult to use. But what can you do, right? I've got a Razer keyboard someplace too that's RGB, but then I'd have to fucking set up Synapse, and I don't want to do all that shit. All right, so let's try to get this meat put down. I'm still fairly fearful of the double. That they're going to have that bear just walking right down at me. Because, you know, the game. I don't see him. That's good. We're going to go drop we have 1 piece of venison. We've got 5 pieces of wolf meat. We'll drop those. We'll go back. We'll drop all the bear meat. And then we need to pick up a couple of steaks so we got food on us. And then we'll go out, maybe get the other, I think we left 10 pieces of meat out there. Maybe 12. But we should get an Aurora tonight where we can talk to Sutherland and finalize those trades. And then we'll just see what that brings us. This will be our 3rd time trading with them, and it's been multiple trades, so we'll see if we've got trust yet. I'm not holding my breath. We do need to restart though. So let me drop all this stuff off. We'll go in the door and then we'll restart because I need to be able to reload. We may have to pivot and figure out what's going on here because all of a sudden my X button doesn't work on my controller, and now my R button is broken on my keyboard. That seems really odd. Like more like something else is going on. So I think we left 4 out there. Right, that gives us food. Let's pop in. That'll create our save. Okay. And now let's go to this. Ambiza back. All right, I'm gonna quit and confirm. And I'm gonna quit complete. I love it when it does this. There we go. I love it when it does this shit. All right, bringing the game back up now. But I wanted it to completely stop in the background. All right, bringing it up, bringing it up, bringing it up. Oh, we could probably go back to here now. What are you holy shitting? I'm gonna resume. This should put us right back in Quonset. And we can reload. Okay. We're good. Well, that's good though. I mean, you got him. For whatever reason, it wasn't letting us reload. That's a game bug of some sort. That's not a J thing. Oh, damn. See, this is why I don't hunt bear with bow and arrow. We should have about 12 kilos of meat out there right now that we can go pick up from that big bear. From the bar. Oh, we didn't drop his hide and shit either. Oh, well. Nor did we drop the other stuff. I'm stupid today. Well, it's not even that it's 6 arrows. It's 6 of the good arrows. The really good arrows. You know, to go out and hunt ptarmigan and rabbit, you can get away with the fire-hardened ones. And then you use the regular arrows with your arrowheads for wolves and deer. And then you would think those manufactured arrows would do a really good job on moose and bear, but... Well, I don't know. I think they could rework that a little bit too, if I'm being honest. Because the... when they're saying headshots are king, I feel like that's misleading. Because I can lung shot an animal, put one through their vitals area, which would be somewhere in this neighborhood here on this guy. That's gonna hit his heart or his liver. Like it's gonna fuck him up really good. And same goes for this. It would be just around this area here where his vital organs are at. But they're prioritizing headshots. And I think that's just kind of philosophy. Real hunting, you wouldn't go after a headshot. Not unless it was you were being attacked by the bear, then you shoot for the head. But if you were hunting a bear actively, you'd go for its organs. There's a reason why on like deer practice decoys, they've got a cutout right in that region that you can replace over and over again because you're supposed to be putting your arrows right in that spot. or your gunshots for that matter. Hey, you want to hear a fucking cool story? This happened to me today when I was at the grocery store before the overheating happened. So, as I mentioned earlier, a couple of my coworkers have discovered my YouTube channel, and they've been going back and watching some food videos. And before we go on this plant-wide shutdown next week, they wanted to do like a potluck for the B shift, for our shift. And somebody came up and said, "Hey, would love for you to make your barbacoa for the taco bar." And I'm like, okay, I guess I could do that, because I guess they hyped it up to somebody else, and that somebody else was really interested to see what a white guy can do for barbacoa, because they are Mexican by nationality. I don't make a traditional barbacoa, but it's pretty damn good, and it's fairly close. Anyway, they were like, here's a gift card, a Visa gift card worth $30. Go spend it and get what you need for the barbacoa. And me knowing what I'm going to make, it's not going to cover it, but it was a super nice gesture. And since they wanted to try it, I'm okay with, cooking for people. Like, I always love cooking for people anyway. So I get down to the grocery store today with the intention of buying a single large Packer style pork butt, which means it's really generic. Okay. Like if you get like pork butt that's in real fancy wrapping and stuff at the store, they're marking that shit up way higher than it needs to be. Right? They had one on display at the store today. It was $30, $32, or $30 for a very small pork butt. Couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 pounds. It was ridiculously expensive. So I went over to the butcher's window, because this particular store has a butcher department. And well, I went up to the case first, and one of the kids that was working there asked me how I was doing. I'm like, I'm good. I said, I got a question for you. And he said, sure. And I said, last week, you guys had the Packer pork butts, either 1 or 2 packs on sale. I said, I know they're not on sale anymore, but do you guys have any of those still? Because they were frozen. They buy them frozen. They mark them down. They put them out. And they get them on a cheap buy. They make money. And we get a discount. It's a win-win-win for everybody, especially when you buy in bulk. And he was like, I don't know. Let me grab the manager real quick. So he runs over into the actual butcher area, and he comes out, and the manager comes out, big guy, real tall guy. I mean, I'm 6'1". This dude's a couple, 2 or 3 inches taller than me. He's a big dude. He's probably 2 something. He two on the high end something. He's a big guy. But I look at him, I said, hey, how you doing? And he goes, I'm good. He goes, what can I do for you? And I said, well, look, last week you guys had pork butts, the Packer pork butts on sale. I said, but I didn't get down, and I'm cooking for a work function this week, and I know it won't be on sale, but do you guys have any more of those in your inventory somewhere in the back? And he goes, what did you call it? And I said, it's the Packer pork butts. It's the ones that come pretty much untouched in the dual packs or sometimes single packs. And he goes, no, I know what you're talking about. He goes, but nobody knows that as a Packer. I was like, well, they make Packers for almost everything. I was like, tenderloin, like beef tenderloin, usually is a Packer, unless you've got it where it's already been worked and it's been denuded and it's got the silver skin and shit off of it. It's a Packer, because they don't really want to fuck with it. They want to get the weight out of it. And that's how they make their money, is on weight. And he looks at me, he goes, you used to work in the meat business, huh? And I go, yeah, I spent a lot of time in the meat business, actually. I said, was it Packer that gave it away? And he goes, yeah, nobody calls it a Packer. He goes, nobody knows what they're called. He goes, give me a second. He runs to the back, and he finds a 2-pack. I was hoping for a 1, because I really just don't have a use for a second one right now, but he finds a 2-pack. And last week, it would have been marked at, when it was on sale, it would have been marked at $32. And as it stood, it should have been $57. And I'm doing this for work, and I'm like, it's fine. I can take a little hit here, and I'll enjoy seeing their faces when they try the food. I'm not doing it because I'm trying to farm compliments. I genuinely like cooking for people. So I was willing to take the hit. And he goes, hey. He goes, I'll tell you what. He goes, this isn't on sale, but the sale tag's still on it. He goes, take this up to the cashier, He goes, when they scan it, ask them what it rang up as. And he goes, if it rings up at full price, tell them they should honor that I told you to tell them to honor the sale price. Brother saved me almost $30. Just because he was being cool and because he knew I was a vet of the meat industry. And I thought that was a really, like, it's one of the first few good interactions I've had with a grocery store butcher. Like, ever. Most grocery store butchers don't know their elbow from their asshole. This guy was pretty cool. And he saved me almost $30. And he was like, since it's for your crew, he goes, go feed them. I'm like, that's awesome, bro. Thank you. So I get up to the counter, or the cashier, and it rings up at $57. And I said, okay. I said, this is going to sound weird, but the meat manager back there told me to tell you that I should be rang up at the sale price that it's shown. And she looked at me and she goes, well, hang on, it's in the bag. So they had the bagger look at it. And they said, what's the number on the bag? And he says, oh, it's 32 and change. And then she goes, okay. So she marks it down. She goes, would you like that marked down? And I'm like, duh. Like, yeah, no, I'd rather pay full fucking price after I asked you to mark it down. But I'm not going to be a dick because I'm being hooked up, right? So I'm like, yeah, that'd be great if I could get that at the sale price. I was like, it was really nice of them to offer it. She just fucking voided the money. Just voided it. Had to have a manager come over to do it. But nobody had a fucking problem with it at all. And I was like, damn, I could have really manipulated that, but it's not my style. I just thought it was a really neat story that he recognized that I've got game and that it wasn't really for me per se. It was for others, and he liked the idea that we were going to be cooking for other folks. So I just thought it was cool. Thought I'd share that with you guys. It's not every day I can come home from the grocery store and tell you I had a good experience with one of the butchers, because it doesn't happen very often. Usually they got their meat mismarked or mistrimmed, and one time I caught them in a package. They called it a spare rib, and I bought it because it was already done. They didn't have anything else, so I bought it. And I get it home, and what it was a spare. Originally it was a spare rib, but they had cut it into a St. Louis rib, and then they had the rib tip portion that should come on the spare rib in there separately, but it was cut off, and I wanted spare ribs. And the guy argued after I took it back and said, no, that's a spare rib. I said, no, sir, that is a St. Louis style cut, and then that is a rib tip. I was like, when you advertise a spare rib, it's the whole thing. And he argued with me over and over and said, no, it's not, no, it's not, no, it's not, because it's there, we can call it spare. And I said, calling it a spare is disingenuous and dishonest. I said, that's a St. Louis cut with a rib tip. Yeah, just, again, usual interaction with the grocery store butchers I have. And maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the asshole because I've got experience in the business, but I try not to do that. I wanted a spare rib. I didn't want a St. Louis rib. And yet it was marked as a spare rib, and it pissed me off. And they had to take it back and throw it away and refund me because it was marked the way it was marked. And they didn't like that very much. What can you do though, right? All right, let's drop that hide. Let's find a place to put the wolf. Yeah, again, that's why I wanted to share the story, because it was pretty neat. It's not something that happens every day. I finally met a cool grocery store butcher who understood. And game recognized game. Anything else we can do to drop weight? How are we looking? We're pretty heavy, honestly. We're not going to be able to dump much. I mean, we can dump a few of those sticks. We have them mostly for kindling and shit. Yeah, that's really about all we can do. Oh, I could put the film and the shells back, I guess. I've seen a lot of shit going on with Sony here recently. None of it all that good. None of it all that good. I heard they had like a complete blackout of their system. They're going full digital. Yeah, like they're not even, like PlayStation 6 is probably not going to even have a disc. Like, are you kidding me? That's the whole reason to have consoles, is because you've got the hard copies and you just play them whenever you want them. But now they want to go full digital. It's their call, I guess. They can do with whatever they want. We are going to clean our gun for a minute. Let's clean that rifle because it's starting to get down there a little bit. Shouldn't take but a second. And then we should get an Aurora and we can go talk to our guy, Sutherland. See if he trusts us yet enough to get us the mission so we can actually get moving and have some fun. This part of this has been extremely boring. It really has. Yeah, it's hard for me to really bitch about that because I play on Steam and I don't have any physical media. So like, I get it, but I don't trust Sony. A good example, here's a really good example of this kind of what would be a problem down the road is, let's say that Sony's got a game from a third party that they made available on their store, and then that store and them have a falling, or Sony and that developer have a falling out, and they say, we're not going to carry this anymore, and the developer says, fuck you, you can't use our shit at all, and then they just take it away. Amazon's done this with movies because they lose the rights to the movies that you bought and paid full price for digitally, and then they just took them out of the library. You can't ever have it back. You paid for the movie, you never got a copy of the movie. And now you're just out that money without the movie. This is the direction shit's going, and I'm not sure I'm a big fan of it. Not sure I'm a big fan of that at all. But I can't really bitch because I play on Steam. So, and I don't have physical copies of anything. I'm toying with the idea of getting a console for the front room when that time comes. That's a long ways down the road. I'm talking about getting an 85-inch television down here. I want a cinema. I want my own little cinema. And honest to God, at the not super high end on an 85-inch television, they're not that bad as far as affordability. Like the one I was looking at was like $1,200, and it's QLED. Like it's a damn good television. But I don't, like, I'm doing Steam by choice, so I know that I'm not going to have physical media, but I feel like the whole idea behind a console was to have your games lined up for the console and showcased, and it was part of the decor. I feel like they're losing the plot if they're going to go full digital. Consoles in particular. Hell, I thought about doing a Steam machine for my front room, but it's got such bad fucking specs. I mean, real bad specs. All right, let's, we're gonna sleep a little bit. Hopefully we get this Aurora and then we can we'll turn on the audio and we'll go talk to Sutherland again. I was just talking before Tally today about trying to stay out of these type of topics and keeping my nose clean on them. Because it's not really the kind of content that I want to make. But like, I like talking about that kind of stuff. It's not that I'm afraid to. All right, we're going to turn Sutherland all the way up. Let's go talk to him, boys. Maybe this will be the time where we get the missions.
You're back. Moving out.
All right, well, I guess we could go sleep the rest of the night away now. And then in the morning, we'll go pick up our goods. Yeah, because we were talking about a lot of stuff today. It's really weird to talk about in this way, but had he and I stuck with the stuff we were doing several years ago, and even he admitted it, he's like, we'd be somewhere in a warehouse building sets, working full time at doing this, had we just kept with it. Because the stuff we were doing is stuff that people are doing nowadays. And they weren't doing back then, and they're doing it nowadays, and it's working. Well, this sucks balls. Of course, I got to go out and get my trader stuff, and they're like, nah, Blizzard. We're as light as we're going to get for right now. All right. That Blizzard should have reset the location of that bear, so he may be on his way down the hill. Maybe. I don't think he'd be down here yet, but let's get cracking and try to get over there and pick up our stuff. And then we wait for another Aurora, I guess. Because it wouldn't let us set up another trade. Like, this is literally the worst possible implementation of this. It's like, let me do something that makes it better and faster and more streamlined. Stop just making it this way for the sake of making it this way. I guess what we could do to pass some time is we could do another cook where we get that bear cooked up. And we do some more water. Remember, this will help us later down the road too, because I think Perseverance Mills is going to be off of Desolation, and we still got to go into Desolation as well. So coming from PV, we would have Quonset to stop at and refuel and refresh, and then move on. I think we're going to do that with a lot of the different areas, but not all. I think when the time comes and we go to HRV for the first set of let's get these ropes and get them home, I'm not going to worry about being all that set up in Mountain Town. But we will probably go ahead and set up camp office at some point because we're going to be going back and forth from there a lot. But even then, I hate doing it there because it's just, it's such a grind to gather everything. And not being a cooking level 5, it's hard to leave meat just sitting there. Because if it's bad, we can't eat it. But if we keep cooking like this with the bear and everything else, then perhaps we will get to that higher cooking level. I think we were almost to cooking 3. Or maybe we were to cooking 3 already. We can look at that here shortly, but let's pick this shit up. Let's get back over to the garage. And then we're just gonna have to sit and wait for another fucking Aurora. It's such a shitty mechanic, honestly. It just feels like it doesn't value my time as a player. Hey, we know what you're trying to do here. However, you're gonna do it on our terms.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Off we go. What's up, Ease? Good to see ya, good to see ya. We have just completed a few more trades with Sutherland. We are now going to be in a holding pattern again until we get an Aurora to either set up more trades or for him to just be like, hey, I'm ready for you to go out and do these things for me. I would like that to be the case sooner rather than later. I'm being over here feels like counterproductive to me. But that's where we're at for tonight anyway. And I apologize, I was running late. It got very, very, very hot here today, and I took a little extra time and made sure I was cooled down, ready to go for the stream. We were an hour late. I mean, shit, it's almost 9 o'clock at night here, and it is still 93 degrees. It's insane. 68% relative humidity and 93 degrees at almost 9 o'clock at night. That's dangerous type heat. Dangerous. It's so heavy, it's going to cause breathing problems and stuff. It's bad. And unless you're standing in a cold shower or a cool shower all day, you're not going to feel comfy. Like even in air conditioning, the humidity is going to get through some places. And that's what's happening. Oh, shit, I bumped the mic. When I was laying down, I kept feeling, it's a weird word, but moist. Like I don't know. I'll be taking a nice cool shower before bed, and hopefully that'll cut the humidity in my room. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard night's sleep. No, you're right on time. You got here precisely when you could and when you intended to. Nobody is ever required to be here at any point. I'm curious if that buck's going to turn around. We may just pop him one and get his meat. That way we've got plenty to be trading with. So I think they're going to make us do even more trades, but I'd sure like him to turn around. Quit walking the fuck away from me. I'd like to pop him in the dome. It's so much faster. Well, hang on. We're super heavy here. The shit we just don't need. Like salt. Although now that we got all this salt, we could consider making the bin for curing. I'm not sure how that works though. I don't think I've ever really messed with it. Like, do you put more salt in and then you get cured meat out? And then it's just even more salty than what meat would usually be? Where did he get scared from? I was crouched and everything. Asshole. Let's go get him. If it was a doe, I wouldn't give a shit, but since it's a buck, that's usually got a lot more meat on it. So let's do that. What the fuck? How is he seeing or hearing me? He was so far away. Okay, that I can see. Let's get him on our terms here. We'll close the gap while crouching. This should get us everything we need here. We're going to do it with a handgun. And just hope for the best here, because our RNG has been shit as of late. Yep. We plowed them, just not good enough, I guess. Oh, give me a fucking break. All right, fine, he gets away. But your boy don't. All right, well, there's that. We ended up with a buck. It was just a different one. He's probably small too, right? 12 kilos. That'll be enough meat for trading. I suspect they're going to make us do a bunch more trades. It's again, I talked about this earlier. It's just an artificial inflation of the playtime, and it's not a mechanic that I'm very happy with. It never has made me happy. Well, the good news is at least we didn't go after him with rifle and fuck it up like that and waste a bunch of rifle ammo. At least it was just pistol ammo. Once we really get moving and we're doing ropes, the only thing we need ammo for is just for those random encounters where we're just like, yep, nope, get away. We're not going to be stopping to try to settle in with a bunch of food. We may hunt every once in a while in Pleasant Valley for, for travel food. But mostly we're just going to be eating stuff we find, and that's going to be our calories. Occasionally we'll take a deer, or if we have to take a bear, we'll take a bear. But mostly it's just to get from point A to point B. We're not trying to set up for 100 years of survival here. Right now we're on day, I'll have to look. But mostly we're just waiting for auroras is all we're doing. We could be deep into ropes right now, but no. No. We gotta play this shit. Oh boy. What's up, Barney? We'll take that shit in, I guess, for now. We don't need any of this junk at all. The salt, maybe. Maybe we'll take one of the things of salt back with us so that we can craft the bin for curing, but I don't know. That would make it a lot easier. We wouldn't go through as much fuel, but we would have to make a lot of trips back and forth here to do trading with him with 10 kilos of fucking weight on us. So, yeah. Hey, Barney, before you go, I'm going to message you on Discord tomorrow. I have a opportunity that I'd really, really like you to consider. I would like you to be my guest. My guest on a little 4-part show that I'm going to put together called A Table for None, where if you had your opportunity to open a restaurant, what kind of food it would be, what type of style, I want to talk to the people that I know that have been in the business for a long time and just have a conversation with them about their dream restaurant they would open and why. Maybe an hour of your time. And I'll record it, and then we're going to put it out there into the ether as, hey, these old restaurant jocks, this is what they'd do if they had the money, which none of us have ever had the money, and none of us ever will have the money for. But right now, it's going to be you and Shaitan and Fertali, and then Fertali's going to interview me about the restaurant I would put together. So it's a 4-part thing. And if people like it, then we can come on and talk more about restaurant business. We'll start a podcast, and I'll have you guys on pretty regular, if you're interested. Okay, good. I thought you would be. I figured you'd be good with that. It's talking about the shit we love, right? I used to love it. I can't love it anymore. It's changed. I've said this for a lot of years, and that's Gordon Ramsay ruined the restaurant business. In particular, kitchens. Because now every Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry with a goddamn piece of paper that says they're a chef thinks they're fucking Gordon Ramsay. And thinks they can treat people the way he does. Because they saw it on TV. But I thought it would be an interesting conversation to have with my friends about what their actual dream would be and why they would do it the way they would do it. How you would manage it. And I think we're going to have very different types of restaurants between the 4 of us. I think they'll all be different restaurants. There'll be some similarity, of course, because common sense is fucking common sense. But, yeah. Okay. What to do? What's our weight look like? We're in pretty good shape. We need to pick up a little more water. Should we do a cook and just kind of vibe for a little bit? I think we probably should, because if we get to the point where we got an Aurora, we're going to run over and talk to him anyway, so we can kind of just cook throughout the night. We'll sleep for an hour here and there. I don't think it's a bad place to be. All right, 75% chance. Let's see if it fucks us on this again. Wait, first of all, let's go get some meat. Let's not waste time. Well, I'm going to be asking you the questions. It's going to be kind of an interview, but if you wanted to start pre-thinking about it a little bit, it's literally just what you would do if given the opportunity to run a restaurant, and all of the associated major things that a lot of people don't think about. I mean, rent, power bills, gas bills, food costs, you name it. Stuff that we think about a lot, but most people wouldn't when they go and they leave a bad review going, oh, blah, blah, blah. This could have been done so much better. It's like people are struggling to put this plate out for you at the price they're doing it, and you're bitching about it. Like they're cutting you a deal. And then you get these stupid places that charge astronomical for fucking micro food, and people pay it. It just doesn't make any sense. Were you with us that year at Taste of Kansas City when the guy from Jewel was doing the smoke pin on his little tofu fucking dish, and all of us knew that it wasn't going to make a fucking difference, and we were all secretly laughing at him behind his back? God, that was a good time. I was in the fucking back kitchen most of the fucking time. start a long fire here. Some water cooking. And we'll cook stuff in the pot because it cooks faster. Nice. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because in my interview, I get to bring up the whole tagline of, I want to fuck your mouth. If you remember that one. And everybody was like, you can't do it. And I'm like, I'm probably not going to do it, but it's funny as hell. And I never did do it. Yeah, but don't think about it so linearly. Think about what you would do if it was everything was your choice. Would you take it that linear, or would you kind of go out on a limb a little bit more? Not necessarily super risky, but like, would you do something? Look, I don't want to give it away. Like I've got questions already written down. I don't want to give it all away. I want it to be a spontaneous interview. But I'm going to be filming those, not this coming week, but the week following. As of Thursday, I've got 17 glorious days off. And I will be making the most of that time off by recording a bunch of shit. And also, probably, I think, money-wise, I can set up my new area. Since I moved downstairs, I can set up the new area for just my computer, like creation stuff. I might even be able to build a set during that time for cooking videos, which are kind of coming back, but not in the way they used to be. I want to talk more about food theory and flavors and profile. Like I want to be a little more into it. Holy shit, that's done already? How? Was it small? Is that a small steak? No. Okay, that was weird. That was a little on the strange side, but we'll deal with it. But tonight, all that aside, we're trying to get this trader shit unlocked so we can go out and actually do his missions. We've never done them before. And since we've never done them before, we don't know if there's any possibility of ropes in any of the places they're going to send us. So we have to do them. We have to do them. That's it. We have to do them. And unfortunately, they've set this up to where it's basically just a time sink in order to get you stuck in this loop trying to get it done. I suppose you could just do this in bits and pieces, but it makes more sense to try to reach it head on and get his tail done. But there may just be some fucking days and days and days of ridiculous waiting for Auroras. It's so stupid. no bear outside. This is the fresher of the bear, so let's put it in a slightly different spot. I don't have a whole lot of hope here that we're going to get an aurora tonight because we just had one last night and the night before. But because they didn't think that one completely through either, it may happen. We'll have to wait and see. But there's no excuse for not improving our situation, which is what I preach in survival games all the fucking time. And that's what we're doing. We're taking the time to actually make sure we got plenty of food, plenty of water, and we know we've got shelter. So we could survive here for quite some time while we're waiting on this shit. It's just a smart way to play video games, especially survival. Just saying. And it's nice ambience. For just a hot second here, we're almost halfway to level 4 in carcass harvesting. Cooking, we're getting up towards level 4. That's good. We're not there yet, but we're getting close. Fire, we're only barely at level 2. So once we get to level 3, we won't need tender, and that's when that'll be pretty good. So hopefully we can start more fires and just get that done. At some point, maybe we'll go gather a shit ton of sticks and just loop some fires around the house and just start them like we did over at the farmhouse until we get to fire 3. If we got to sit here and wait, we might as well do something constructive. That way we don't have to carry fucking tender plugs anymore. It's not like they're hard to carry or they're difficult to get. It's just, it's an annoying other thing that we got to carry with us. All right, so that's all the bear in our inventory currently. And again, I don't think we're going to get an aurora tonight. But we may start doing 1-hour cat naps just to keep our condition at a good level. Like now would be a good time to do a 1-hour cat nap. And then a cat nap. So we can work in a little bit of sleep here and there. We're not going to really be leaving the house much, so like there's no point in overdoing. We can accomplish multiple things at once if we really want to. And we do want to. drink, and then we'll sleep another hour. We're gonna sleep another hour. Just trying to work in get our tired meter where it's not going to be too bad. Again, we're not going to be going out and doing much, and we're not getting an aurora tonight. Doesn't look like, so we might as well just try to do what we can here. We'll force in some sleep while we're doing other shit. 3 things at once. That's survival, boys. That's survival. Now we're just going to have to sit and wait. We got about half our tired meter back. We're going to have to sit and wait for an aurora. Like it's that's the game right now. I don't like it. It sucks. But it is what it is. And again, while we're cooking, at least with the meat, we are getting the benefit of getting our cooking level up. Little bits at a time. And then I think it's just it's a matter of kind of sleeping the 1 hour cycles until we get the aurora, and then we're good. Although we don't know if we're going to have to do even more trades with this fucking trader and then continue to wait on RNG. This is why last week I said we're just going to do this as it comes to us. I'm not going to try to put this on a time frame because I can't. Nobody can, for that matter. You just don't know what RNG is going to do. And sadly, Hinterland didn't have enough foresight on this to put in some other kind of mechanic that you can get into a little bit faster. You know, what can you do, right? This is the benefit of us going out and getting all that wood earlier. What we might do is take a little time after we get the fire done and make sure our tools are in good shape, if we've got whetstones, that kind of thing. I'd really like to move on to some different regions because I don't want to loot this place out. Because, again, we may need those kind of things when we come through here next time. And if we get them all now and we use them up, there ain't going to be any for us to use later. So this is kind of a little bit of a strat, but we'll see. We got to do what we got to do. A lot of bear meat. I keep looking like it's going to be delivery. Like the bear's just going to come walking right at me coming out of here. And it could happen. It certainly could happen. Beautiful day. Would have been nice to go traveling around, but let's get this done. Let's replenish supplies. Nope, haven't done much of that at all either. Again, I came over here solely with the intent of working on Sutherland's missions. We've had to take a couple of small detours on that because of the things you need to trade. Like fishing. We weren't planning on doing any fishing, but we had to go do some fishing. So that was fine because we needed oil. And then we took a couple of bears because it's like, okay, well, let's get ourselves set up with, you know, food and water and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yeah. How much more do we have? 8, 10 more. So 10 more hours of fire. That should be more than enough to get everything cooked. That's like 4 more, another 8 liters of water. Look, we're doing the best we can do with the 2 burner. The game really needs a 4 burner pretty bad. It's either 1, 2, or 6 on the burners, and it's like, come on, man, you could do better than that. Survival on a 6 burner is just almost too easy. 4 would be a good challenge, but it would let you do more things more quickly and save fuel. Stop and think about it. That was a lot of gather time. That was like a full day's worth of gathering just to get the. I think we had 40 some pieces of wood there. Which equates to, in our fire level, what, like 45 hours, give or take, of fuel? It's not that much. Every time I feel like he's going to be staring at me. Wait a minute. Did I miscount? No, we're good. We might have miscounted. We might need one more steak or one more log in there. Whoops, did that backwards. And again, you got to remember we're trading some of this water too. So like it's kind of important that we've got, you know, a good source and we keep up on it because we want to have enough for us and for that as well. Still got a few more left. We'll figure out if we need one more hour on the fire or not at the end. But we're getting towards the end of the fire now. It sucks cooking these things one at a time. So badly. The good news is when we're done, we should be having any trouble getting a full night's sleep, but we don't want to do that because we want to make sure we don't miss another Aurora. If we get an Aurora, we got to go talk to Sutherland immediately. Yeah, we need one more log in there. So regardless, we're still going to have to do the 1 hour thing. No. Here we go. Yeah, we're good that way. That'll be it for that. This is the last piece of meat. And let's just pull it. All right. Sleepy 1 hour at a time, I guess. See if we get an Aurora. That's all we're waiting for. It's so boring. It's actually infuriatingly boring. Little bits at a time. That way we don't miss out on, because remember at the very, very end of the night, one time we got the Aurora. And it was like, oh, we gotta go. I don't think we're gonna get one, but I said that one time as well, and we did. What can you do? I have to play by their rules. I don't have a choice. This just feels like wasted gameplay to me. There's no payoff of knowing when I'm going to be able to do it. Like if they're like, hey, you got to wait 2 days and you'll get one. Okay, now I have a time frame. Let's see what we can do in those 2 days. We're working towards something, but this is simply RNG. I got no idea when we're going to get an Aurora. And we're not getting one tonight either. So, gonna be at least one more day. And even then, we probably got to complete some trades before we can do anything. So, like, what do we do here? Literally, we should just stand around and pass the time. And try to get to nighttime, and then sleep an hour at a time. Otherwise, it kind of doesn't make any sense. Drop off the better steaks. Pick up a few of the older ones. We could probably use another bear, if I'm being honest. Like, That's meat, but like since we don't know how long we're gonna be here and how many more times we got to do the trading bit, it's hard to say what we need. This is like a huge commitment right now. And hardly any of it's been gameplay. It's just a time sink I have no control over. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab one more beer. BRB. Okay. I only got just a few more of those left, so like I said, I think I had 6 total. This is number 3. We're not going to overdo anything tonight. And you guys can hold me to it. I'm not going to get beer tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, the logical thing here is to just kind of eat, drink, and pass time. Get into night, because that's the only thing that makes a difference to us right now. We're going to end up getting cabin fever if we stay in here much longer. We've been in here inside for like 2 straight days, so we're going to have to be careful about that. Because we didn't choose that perk, because I didn't think it'd be a big problem, but here we are. Here we are, waiting on a fucking Aurora. Yeah. You know what we could do? We could go outside, get in a car, and pass the time. And wait to see if we see the big bear come walking in. That could be interesting. We'll sit in the passenger seat here. Doubtful we'll see him come walking, but you never know. You never know. He'd come from right down there if he was coming down. And then he might come in front of us and we can maybe take a shot. But it's not important if we don't. Let's eat, drink, and literally pass, 3 hours. Just for shits and grins. It's boring as hell. We could go out and explore and loot, but I still got to be back here at night in case we get a Aurora so we can talk to him. Like, we got to be there to talk to him. That's the only radio in this region. Let's try 3 hours. All right, got a little foggy on us. That's fine. Puts us almost to midday. Hang on, I want to look at one more thing. What day are we on? We're on day 49. Is that still considered early? Well, again, we're doing it this way because it's the right thing to do. It gets it out of our hair, and then we can just focus on what we're trying to do, which is the ropes. I don't actually have a problem doing it this way. Let's pass another 3 hours. Eat and drink and probably pass another 3 freaking hours. That should get us pretty close to dark. We can go back inside. No sign of the bear. All right. Well, that gets us pretty close to dark. Why don't we head in? What'd you do all day, Jay? I sat in a fucking car. Funny, though. really not that tired, but we're just, again, we're still going to be, I don't think you get maximum benefit when you sleep in the 1 hour thing. I think there's something programmed in where it doesn't give you as much sleep as it would. I know that sounds stupid. What the value of an hour would be in a 12-hour sleep is not the same as an value of an hour of sleep in an hour's sleep, is what I'm thinking. I'd like to take a moment and remind everybody to refresh your streams from time to time. I don't have any lag on my end, but there is some encoding lag apparently going into YouTube, and it's always been that way. And sometimes it can get bad if you don't refresh occasionally. But again, I don't feel like I said the value of an hour's sleep and a 12-hour sleep is equivalent to an hour's sleep of an hour's sleep. I think you don't get the benefit by just taking the 1 hour that you do when you take it in conjunction with more. And yes, I know you're going to be less tired and more vitalized because you slept longer. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like 12 hours actually gets you to where you should go if you do it in 1 hour increments. But we want a fucking Aurora. I'm sick and tired of this shit. I'm tired of these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Probably started sleeping a little early. All right, here we go. 1 hour at a time. Don't want to miss a short Aurora. Stats all look good. That sounds kind of blizzardy. It doesn't matter, just... I'm gonna be really irritated if we just don't get one again. Like, this is just... It's mind-numbing. This is more tedious than walking heavy, boys. Like, seriously. Walking heavy is tedious as shit. This is worse. Which bear? Some bears in the Long Dark have names. Oh, God. Okay, I feel there's something sinister at play here. Now you got me where I can't even see my bed. Good Lord. There we go. We're good on stats. It's the middle of the night. Come on, we can get one. We can get Aurora. I believe. Aurora. Fuck yes. All right, let's take the moment. Let's turn the audio back on. And I swear to God, if Will starts bitching right out of the gate, I'm going to be really pissed off. Oh, I'd do anything for a drink.
Stop if you hear me.
Whoa. Hey. He's talking to us. This is a good thing, right?
Well, the lights are out, so I figured you'd be on the air.
All I can do is trade.
I'm up for it.
See, I knew there was stuff for this, and it ain't worth it. It's just not worth it. We need to stick to the cheap shit. Because it's about the amount of trades, right? It's not about what you're trading for. It's simply the amount of trades that you complete successfully that he trusts you more and more. It doesn't matter which ones you do. And look, I'd love to do this, but The ptarmigan is the problem. The ptarmigan's the fucking problem. That's a steep price for some ammo. There's no indication here that doing a trade like this would net me any more trust than doing a trade like, what is this one? Okay, that's a lot for some herbal tea. Are they out of their fucking mind? 2 cured maple saplings for a single box of tea. That's a bad trade. But I feel like we can do what we did last time, which was the cooking oil, and we'll do that twice. All right, and then we'll twice. There we go. And then we'll do a flour, or do we just do 2 salts? Let's just do 2 salts. That's super heavy though. Let's just do 1 of those. Let's do 1 of those, and let's do, I guess, 1 of these. It'll be the same. 9 kilos of meat, 6 kilos or 6 liters of water, and that's our trade. But we could trade more if we really wanted. Okay, hang on. So we need 4, 8, 11 meat, and 1, 3, 5. Is that correct? Only 1 liter. Okay. So 5 liters of water. And what did I say on the meat? 4, 8, and so 11. Okay. Oh shit.
Here's my best stuff right now.
Shit. $11 meat, and we'll take 6 liters or 7 liters of water with us. That's fine. We got all that meat. Remember, we took that deer, so we got plenty of meat, and we had the wolf meat.
Shoving off.
All right, well, we're going to have to pass some time anyway. Like, look, we got this shit just laying around anyway. We don't need any of this. It's just, we have to do it. Let's get the rest of our sleep here. Oh shit, that's going to hurt us on water a little bit. It's fine though. At least we know the bear won't be up. Which is also good. At least going out to where we're going. Might be up over here. You never know. And it would be apparently an aurora bear. Okay, that's not great. Oh, wow, flashy light. Beware, people.
Too much stuff to carry.
God damn it. Yeah, we might wait an hour or 2. Just to get rid of that, because I don't want to run into any other aurora animals. There's no point in it. Keep an eye out for that bear. All right, so we need to pick up 11 kilos of meat. We'll start with the 5 of these. And we go. Basically, we're just stockpiling fucking salt right now. crazy, right? What's the point? I think if I was going to do a personal run and include the trader, I'm pretty sure I would main base in Coastal Highway. I would make Quonset my home. With no other thing in mind other than to survive. There's more than enough wildlife right around here. You can replenish things with trades. Is it going to go blizzard just out of the blue? It's sure trying to, isn't it? Look at how quickly that transitioned. Holy crap. I can't say it's going to be a blizzard, but man, they've got it where you can just barely make out the edges of the horizon. At least we're going to be coming home light. That'll be good. But again, we find ourselves just walking heavy. We'll be lighter coming home. We'll be good. See, I heard ptarmigan there, but there's no way they're on the ice. And I just don't want to do the ptarmigan grind. This run just isn't worth it. I'd consider it if a box of rifle ammo was 10 rounds and not just 5. That's a real steep price for 5 rounds, especially when my RNG is as shit as it's been for one-shot kills. It's been pretty bad. I'm not saying every shot I've taken was perfect, but like most of my shots have been pretty damn solid, and they're just not critting. And that's fine. It's much like those times where you guys saw me have a 55% chance of making a fire and fail 5 times in a row before we finally started one. The math doesn't math half the time. But technically they're not wrong because each thing is its own new instance of an occurrence. So just because I'm trying to start a second fire, I don't get compounded odds. It's going blizzard right now. We're going to get up the hill into the house. That'll save us on fuel. We can still see quite well enough to get up the hill and get in the house. And apparently our friend Monica the Ice Bear down here, she's gone for the time being. But I know that bitch will be back. But here again, this is another one of those situations where we were very clear about what we were trying to do, and we ended up having a blizzard come up on us, and it's like, okay, well, we're in a position where we had 2 options. We could either stay at the shelter. Well, we had multiple options, really. We could have dropped everything and just ran for cover, or we can kind of take our time like we're doing here, and we're going to go find the house, and we'll be in there and be safe throughout the storm. Question is, can I remember where the house is at from here? Thought I did. It's up on the hill. So if we're going to go up, we'll go up. But this is free shelter, free warmth. We don't need any fuel to be warm here, and we would probably need it at the fishing shack. But again, other than map knowledge, I think my biggest tip for anybody trying to play this game would be try not to panic. Stop for a second, even when it looks bad. Stop for a second and think about your options. Think about what you can do and whether or not it's achievable. And then you just kind of go to the next option and the next option. And as long as you're working the problem, you're going to be fine. Well, I shouldn't say that. You're probably going to die. You're probably going to die a lot early on until you figure out how to manage all of those kind of things. For us, we're managing it with gear and map knowledge. So again, map knowledge, super fucking important. I did loot this one. But again, you see we're warm. I'm warming up at 3 arrows, so we're good here. At the fishing hut, we would be cold right now, and we would need a fire to survive. We had fuel there, but why waste it? And I guess what we'll have to do here is just pass some time until the storm passes. And apparently that was a short-ass blizzard, boys. The game goes, oh, okay, we didn't catch you there, so we'll give you a reprieve. Let's go put our stuff in the locker, and then we'll start heading back towards home. And then we'll probably sit in the car for the rest of the fucking day. Again. But we will get an Aurora tonight, and we will let him know that the trade has been completed. And hopefully that does it. Hopefully that triggers something. I don't know. I've never done this before. All right. And then this one is... And then this one is... And that covers all of our trades. All right, off we go. Let's have a bite to eat. Oh, this is the less calorie stuff. Yeah, the good stuff's 1,000 calorie, but like it's not that far away. All right, let's go home. Wait for tonight's Aurora and just see what happens. There's a lot more of this region we haven't looked at. I haven't needed to look at it. Should have gone this way. Yeah, I just haven't needed to look at it. We already looked at too much. There's a rope sitting back at Quonset that wasn't there, that we shouldn't have yet. But we got it, and it's just sitting there waiting to be taken home with any other ropes we find in this region when we come through for the fucking ropes. We just can't do that until this trader shit's fucking over. And even when he finally says, okay, brother, I trust you, he's going to send us out on like fucking 4 or 5 fucking missions to various places of the map. Like, it's a long fucking thing. It's a long fucking thing. So we're in this for a while. That's why I said we'll probably still be doing it next weekend. Video 1 will be everything we've done to the point where we get this finished. And that's what I'm calling the setup video. It's a lot of shit to scrub. It's going to be 40 or 50 hours worth of footage, if not more, to scrub. But it's the right thing to do. That way I can kind of just, hey, this is what we did to get set up. We don't have to be super detailed and nuanced about everything. We just describe it. It's like, look, everything we were trying to do here was to further us down the road. If we get cut off from a region and we can't get back there because we took the ropes and these trader tails want to take us to that, that's just something we can't do. So we got to go do these things before we cut ourselves off. It's the right thing to do. And I'll probably bitch at some point about it being, 4 weekends, a full month of weekends worth doing this to get it to the point where we're done. But at that point, it's all ropes, guys. And I know that's what everybody wants to see. And I want to get there too. But this is just the right thing to do. It's content we've never seen. Well, it's content I have never seen. I'm not going to do a lot more with it. I'm just trying to get to his tails and be done and move on to what we're trying to do here, which, again, is the ropes of the Long Dark. I think that's a fair way to look at it. I guess we could try to take another buck if we could find one. Replenish our meat. Our raw stuff for trading, because we just, again, don't know. There's a fucking wolf over there. We could go entice him, I guess. Let's do it with the pistol, though. That'd be a little bit of free. Oh, you know what? I don't like this, because at any point that bear could just come down. Let's walk him back a little bit. Let's walk him back here a little bit towards where the car's at, so that I can, if I have to, duck in the car like at a moment's notice. What in the fuck kind of pathing is this? Okay. Well, I killed him in one shot. However, we would have killed him with the second shot. It was aimed perfect. I was just playing on my usual RNG. We actually got a one-shot kill there. I fired the second shot as an absolute insurance policy. 3 kilos. God damn it. Just a tiny little guy. Just starving. All right, well, the bear didn't come at us, so that's good. How much meat do we still have here? We got quite a bit, really. We could probably do one more round of trades. I didn't see a buck anywhere. That was kind of unfortunate. Well, I didn't even see a doe anywhere. We don't need to go poke the bear, as it were. We're getting our Aurora tonight. Let's just kind of hang out here. Let's sit in the car. Oh wait, let's drop the other shit off first, though. We picked up all that other shit off the wolf. Yeah, let's just go sit in the car. This will be our 4th night of trades with him. I'm just, at this point, I'm just like, come on, man. We got to get this done. It should have already happened. All right, so we got about 6 hours to pass. Let's take a drink. And I think we're just going to pass the 6 hours. I don't see any bear. Oh, a storm. We know it's going to stop here before long because there's going to be an Aurora tonight. We know that. So So the game's just being mean. We were fine in the car, by the way, but I want to be inside ready for the Aurora. Past 2 hours, we'll eat, drink. And then I think we'll probably start doing the 1 hour sleeps. Until we get the Aurora. Till that blizzard breaks and we actually get the Aurora. It's on. It may not be fully on yet, but it's on. All right, it's probably not going to amount to anything because I think we're just confirming that the thing's ready. And then we have to wait for another Aurora for him to talk to us again. Oh, God damn it, he immediately.
Well, my pal on the radio. Got it. On my way.
Damn it, man. Okay, well, we could do a full night, but again, we gotta. I don't know what we're gonna do here. There's no point in doing anything but sleeping because we gotta go pick up stuff from the thing in the morning. So let's just sleep until we wake up, I guess. Which is probably closer to 8 hours. Maybe 7.5. Got one steak. We'll have to pick up a steak or two. Plenty of water on us. Still pretty early, but we can start making our way. Yeah, we can make our way. Unless we get super unlucky and the bear's just like, roar. In which case we'll have to deal with him, but it doesn't look like it. So let's giddy up. In a way, I wish they would have done if the radio was the thing you find in Forsaken Airfield that you use to track bunkers and shit, I think that would be pretty cool. But that's not what they've done here, so they've made it a stationary item that's pretty much in every region you can find a radio, but like it's pointless in any region other than Coastal Highway. It's just pointless. There was no reason to talk to the trader anywhere but here. Period. All right, let me grab one more beer. Oh, Barney, I got something to show you. Hang on. Ow. That's if you're still here, buddy. Because you haven't seen this unless you watched the video. And not many people watch the video. And that's fine. I don't much care about that. But because you know the direction I've been going with things for a while. This is now a thing. This model is done and new, finished. I finally took the time and tuned it a little bit. The mouths could still use some work, but most of that's because of the light level in here. But this is that motion. Remember, I've been showing you the pictures and stuff. This is the finished thing. So I thought you might want to see it. I need to turn him off so I get good clean footage. But yeah, that's the model. Turn down Will. You guys got to get better about reminding me that shit. Oh, you're one. So that was you. Never mind. That's funny though. Hey, you can see the sailboat. That's cool. All right, we're just in a holding pattern again until we get our next Aurora. Oh, you know, eventually, wait. Shit. Okay. Eventually, here, let's get another shot of the boat. Without the model. I didn't realize I clicked the model back up. Eventually, I'll probably get another model. And I'll probably spend a little more money than I spent on this one. But I need to find an artist that's going to listen to what I tell him. This was fine. It's about what I expected out of this level of money transaction for this product. But it could be 10 times better. It would fit the brand a whole lot more. And we all know this isn't about fucking being big and famous and shit. It's just, I like cool shit. And this is pretty cool shit. All right, so back we go, completely awake. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do for a day. Oh, exactly. I think it's always gonna be red and blue eyes. And you're lucky I tuned it this week. To where the eyes don't look so bad anymore. Like, one of them was always really twitchy, and it's the glasses. The tracking has a big problem with glasses. And it makes sense. It does make sense. I'm not complaining about that. It's just that you got to tweak them a little bit to where they're not quite as active. And then they will stay open a little bit more. For whatever reason, this one's rigged with eyeballs that just all over the place. And I haven't been able to figure out how to slow those down yet. When I do, I think it'll look better. Funny story, I don't currently have the 1.0 available right now. Nor do I have the PNG tuber available. I don't have any of that art. I didn't bring it over for whatever reason. So I need to plug in a drive at some point and get my shit back. Yes, it is funny. Look, I thought my actual glasses, I only wear those when I'm doing this. Because they've got an anti-glare coating that, in theory, helps the tracking see my actual eyeball, but it never does. All the rest of the time, I just wear cheaters. Like, I just Dollar General type cheaters. Because my prescription is not super heavy. And I can get by on most things with just basic little cheaters. But I will tell you this, I can't read anything fine print without glasses on. Like, end of story. Well, that bear's being real shy, isn't he? What do you think, guys? Is it car day? All we're doing is killing time until we get another Aurora. And just hope that this was enough. It's hilarious. We're actually warm in the car during a blizzard. Our gear's really good. Our gear's really good. I haven't seen a moose in this region yet. Certainly haven't seen the mythical moose that spawns here at Quonset yet. If we did, I'd probably go ahead and take it. That'd be cool. I've never seen the moose spawn here. But I know it's one of those mythical locations where it could just spawn, even with no markings. I mean, I'm tempted, very, very tempted to pick up all that artwork and shit and just go back over home real fast. You know what I mean? Because I could agree to the trades over there. We don't have to do them day of. We could do them over time. But we could get that stuff home and potentially be in a pretty good place for decorations. Well, whatever on the main run, okay, on the main original ropes save, the one that we've been playing forever, that has got a double moose spawn in Ash Canyon. And it's one of the mythical ones, but it's not really mythical because in Ash Canyon, where it spawns on the lower side of the map, it's all burnt out, so it's hard to see markings anyway. But then I know there was one coming down the rope from Goldmine. At the bottom there was where the moose was actually spawning and where Moose Sign was at. So we had double moose spawn in that region, and I'd never seen that before either. So I think one of those two was the mythical location for a moose. What do you guys think? Should we roll home? What day? Hang on, here's a good indicator of it. What day? Wow. So we came through, we're at day 51, and we came through on day 34. So we're like, I don't know. Was that 17 days in this region? So it wouldn't even be worth picking up the coal at this point. But we could take stuff home. There's a radio there at the community center. It would break up the monotony of being in this fucking region like we've been, just by doing a quick travel. And if we happen to get an Aurora while we're over there before we can get back, we just set it up on that radio instead of this one. I don't see that as being a huge problem. You know what? We're going to go inside, though. I do need to drop this shit off. Fairly important thing to do, I would imagine. We don't need to be all that fucking heavy. We don't care about any of this shit either. That's what's crazy about it. I mean, what we would be taking is mostly this stuff here. It's only 6 kilos. I don't see a reason to take any of that. Actually, no. Let's leave that here. Let's also leave that there. We're going to need to make some type of storage thing at some point. We need to take that back just so we've got it. You go in there. Let's see if we can find the other tools too. We're already getting, pushing the envelope of being heavy. There's not much here that we really want to take with us. I wouldn't think. We clean that out. I mean, we could take the hides, or we could take some of this salt, and that way we could make a curing bin over there. But like, that's gonna make it impossible to walk. I don't like this. Let's just take one and call it good. I know we're gonna run into fucking Mr. Bear up here. Oh, it's still doing that. We can't go anyway. Was there anything else that we really wanted to take or really needed to take back? And I think the answer is no, right? Like, we could take these pelts. That's gonna make it pretty heavy though. Why don't we just leave the pelts for here? For if we decide to make a bedroom or something here. That should be fine, right? Sucks sitting. After all this sitting around waiting, now I gotta sit around and wait for a fucking blizzard. I just want to travel a little bit. Show me my home. Show me the house. Has everybody seen the house in its current state? Because I'm pretty sure we're going to go ahead and pimp the house before we go out for the first ropes. Maybe. It depends on how this goes, this trader shit. It's already been started to be pimped. We got the bearskin bed already. We've got a streaming area. We've got a crafting area. We just need the ropes, and then we need some storage things or some decoration. No, I don't have cabin fever. I'd go to the house right now, but I can't. It's fucking blizzard. God damn it. All right, hang on. I'm gonna pee real quick. Oh, the bed's built. The bed's been built. The stage is my bedroom. It's a good idea, I think. All right, I'll tell you what. Let me go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back and we'll pass enough time to get this going. We may have to sleep through the night, probably an hour at a time, just in case we get an aurora, and that may change our plan. But the plan is to get up in the morning and go back over to Pleasant Valley. But let me go to the bathroom first. I'll be right back. going to stay here tonight. And then we'll get up in the morning and go. What else do we want to take with us, though? Is there anything else we need to take with us? And I think the answer is probably not. We could take this shit. Because it's useless here anyway. At least it has a use. If we take it back to Pleasant Valley, we could use it on that radio tower. Well, we just picked up all the weight we would have had with a second bag of fucking salt, so I guess we're just gonna deal with this getting home, guys. My apologies, but we're doing this. Yeah, it really isn't gonna matter. I think the blizzard stopped, but we don't have enough time to get home, and I'm not gonna fuck with it. Not being heavy. I'd rather go in the morning. All right. 1 hour sleeps, I guess, just to make sure we're not going to get an aurora, which I would not suspect. Again, we've had auroras 2 nights in a row, so I wouldn't think we're going to get another one. But you never know. You just never know. We're just manipulating the system as best we can. We will be rested one way or another for whatever we have to do in the morning. We will have to negotiate this bear, potentially, to get out of here. But that's not that hard. I wouldn't think there's going to be one tonight, but you never know. That's why we still do the silly fucking method of doing what we're doing. Because logically, that's what it dictates as smart people we should do. Maybe I shouldn't say smart. Maybe I should say efficient. We're trying to be efficient. We're going to get about 1 more hour sleep in, and then we're going to be not able to sleep. So we'll just have to pass some time. And now we'll be able to get an hour's sleep behind it. We'll get up, we'll eat, drink, pass another couple hours, and we head out. Because we're not going to get one tonight. Which is expected. Completely and utterly. I would have swore I saw that flash. That was weird. Okay. We're going to be moving fairly slow, but we're bringing home all kinds of goodies, boys. All kinds of goodies. What'd I say we're going to pass about? 2 hours. Let's try 2. Let's see if that gets the sun up nice. Or if we're going to have to do 1 more hour. Need to pick up a couple of steaks. You're fucking kidding me right now. You are fucking yoinking my dick right now. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Let's try to pass an hour or two. See if it'll lift. And then we'll just move, but like, this is ridiculous. All right, still pretty early. We're heavy. Let's go. Hopefully we avoid an encounter, but I highly doubt it. Well, if we do get an encounter, we're gonna try to avoid it just to save ammo. But at the same time, even if we take them, I don't think we're gonna harvest them right now. We got a whole other plan going, so it's just a waste of ammo to even try. We're bringing back a load of useful shit back to the Kingdom Center in Pleasant Valley. And I don't see a reason to fuck with that too much. It's going to take us a while to get there. We should all understand that concept real quick. Why? Jesus. It's bad enough that we're as heavy as we are. I mean, we're probably 15 or 20 kilos heavy right now. Moving uphill towards a bear spawn. Because why the fuck not? The odds of having to retreat are fairly high. We haven't seen him yet. This way by the trailer. This will be a spot we can try to get to, but the problem is if he's coming this way, he'll come around that corner and he'll cut us off. And we can't run. Yeah, this is our speed. But we're bringing back a lot of good shit. Oh, this is my personal lo-fi playlist. I technically made this, sort of. All right, I don't see anything. So I guess we press. Look, the blizzard just lifted. It's quite possible this one's despawned. It's also quite possible the son of a bitch is right over that rise. Like, it's hard to tell. We don't know. I'd much rather detect him from way far away so we could try to make a move to get away and avoid. Because it's useless for us to waste the ammo on him right now. It's pointless. Yeah, for this playlist, technically I put prompts into AI and just had it spit out some lo-fi based on themes. And then I knitted them together into a big playlist. It's about 6 hours long, which is actually kind of doing something considering they're, 3.5 minutes each. It took a long time. That month I had that AI subscription, I got a lot of shit done. And some people wouldn't approve, but it's just background music, people. It's just, and for just simple, basic background music, that's the problem. Is copyright. It's everywhere, and it's a minefield. And all they want your money. They don't care if you use their shit. They just want your money. And AI doesn't have any of those problems, and it's just backing music, and everybody loves it. And I'm sure some people would be like, "Damn, this is chill music." Until you tell them it's AI, and they're like, "Oh my God." It's like, what changed? Is it still chill music, or is it not chill music anymore? Because that's not how that works, really. Best I can tell is the only way that this affects me in any way, and it doesn't, is if somebody wanted to come in and record my stream and rip the music, they could do that with zero penalty. But why would I give a shit? Now, if they ripped it and then tried to copyright the music, it would be a problem because I can prove this is an AI soundtrack, and therefore it can't have. And I could even probably prove that I had it before they did. But yeah, that's where what we need in the country right now is a groundbreaking case. That really sets precedent for the use of AI and the use of copyright and how that's going to be implemented going forward. The DMCA, it needs a good hard looking at, because it's not valid anymore. It's just not valid anymore. Things have changed too much. And the DMCA is way behind the fucking times. Way behind the times. I understand what its purpose was, and I agree that there needs to be protections. But like right now, if you look at the art scene, even for like the model I got, the art scene right now, it's insane with what they want for ownership of this. Like your model is not even your own model, technically, because your artist has a copyright over it. Your rigger apparently has a copyright over it. And it's like, huh? Like, it's my original OC. Like, it's my character. And you don't own that. Well, but I drew it. And you're using it. Like, we're not talking about the fucking Mona Lisa here. We're not talking about Starry Night. Like, this is just a fucking VTuber model. And there needs to be some nuance as to what people's ownership's rights are when doing a business transaction. It needs to change. I need to be able to get this, buy it for an agreed upon price, and it is mine. They have no legal bearing over any of it going forward. Artists will disagree with this because what they're hoping for is that my model blows up and they get free advertisement out of me. And then they can come back and say, well, if you want to sell merch, well, it's my design. You're going to pay me for that merch. Like, it's all a money grab. It's not about the actual protection of the fucking property, because the property is mine. It was my idea. It was my concept art. You would have never drawn this had I not come to you and paid you to fucking do it. It's not like you did this and then I'm like, hey, I want to buy that. No, this was created from me. And that's where things are just different now. The DMCA definitely needs to be looked at real hard. When you buy art online, so like, think about it this way. Let's say I go to an art fair and I see a piece that I just have to have. I buy that painting. That artist has got zero possibility of knowing what I do with that painting. And yet they still hold the same implied copyright that somebody that can see what I do with their art, i.e. like a model, because it's in videos and shit. But I could feed that painting I got from that person into an AI as part of a training model. Like, I could do any of those kind of things, and there's nothing they could do to stop me because their copyright isn't enforceable. Sure, they could try, but how much money are they willing to invest in it when there's no real money on the back end? The only time they would even try... We got a wolf. The only time they would even try is if it was a big IP. We all know that. It's just sick, honestly. It's a money grab. All of it's a money grab. See, that's why we fire the second shot. That's why I'm always ready for that second shot. We go through a lot of pistol ammo here. We've already been up there. Don't need to go again. We just live in a different age now that laws need to evolve, much as the business has evolved. These people that are making these models and stuff for money, they're doing it as a transaction, and then they think they have some kind of ownership. And technically by law, they have an implied copyright. But they don't have the right to do things like change their terms of service and say, well, you're agreeing to that or you can't use the model anymore. Why? Because it was a transaction. Because it's already bought and paid for. You can't change your terms after the sale. That's super illegal. And that's the kind of shit that's going on right now. People are trying to do. It's crazy pants. I don't know. I feel like I'm on my soapbox again, but I'm trying to be less controversial and just make the cool shit that I want to make, but it's hard not to talk about these things because it's the way shit is. And I don't believe it has to be that way, nor should it be the way that it is. That's exactly it. This is what Stop Killing Games is all about. It's trying to get them to at least turn it over open source when you're going to end of life the game so that it can be carried on by the community. And they're like, no, we don't want to do that. And the reason is because they know they can't make any more money off of it, but they don't want their players to keep playing that game because that's not them buying the new hot fancy game that they just came out with. It's a live service that they're going to pull the fucking rug out from you underneath within the next 5 or 6 years because they just don't want to keep fucking maintaining it. That's their model. It's their money model. This is why physical media is still very important. Even though I don't have a leg to stand on by saying that, because I don't currently have any physical media. I'm purely on Steam. Well, we put one in his face and turned him around. So he's gonna bleed out. Is he gonna go left or right? Nope, he's gonna go right down where we gotta go and probably try to put us in another struggle. Damn. Because he certainly won't just go off and die. He'll probably come running past us here in a minute because he's going to hit a dead end, which is where we got to go to get through the fucking mine to get back home. All right, well, at least we didn't end up in another struggle. That's fine. I thought for sure that's what they're going to fucking try to do. But yeah, a lot of what I did with this channel, I did on purpose because it's like, I need to own the assets that I have. And I guarantee you the artists that did the model, unless they won a war, they're not going to say anything about how I've used the model in any way. Because I've got more than a war to discredit them the entire way. Because I'm not overly happy with this model. I'm not upset to the point where I want to badmouth the person. And I've never announced their name, and I've never released the DMs and shit. But I have all of that. I got all of it. I got the receipts. They didn't listen to me at all. They just kept rushing out a fucking project because it was their timeline. It's like, even after I told them we could go longer on the timeline. We're not going to pick up the coal. We're going to let it all respawn before we pick it up. And they didn't listen to me when I tried to tell them about the detail that I wanted and the things that I wanted it to do. They just did their thing and then put it out and said, oh, that's coming in the next stage. Okay. And then when the next stage would come out, I'd be like, well, where is it? Oh, it's coming in the next stage. And I already knew what was up. So if they want to go down that road and try to say, hey, I don't like your views, well, you can sue me because you won't, number one. Number two, you can't win. You can't win. I'm a dissatisfied customer who didn't want to pick a fight. But since you want to pick a fight, I'll finish the fight for you. This is me. Don't fuck with me. A lot of this shit has respawned already. Damn, it's a lot of coal. But we're just passing through today. Maybe we'll pick it up on the way back over to Coastal. I'd rather have it at Pleasant Valley Farmhouse, honestly. I'm sorry, not Farmhouse. Kingdom Center. Thompson's Crossing Community Center. Kingdom Center. I'd rather have it there. Look, it's hard for me to be in Pleasant Valley and main basing and not be at the farmhouse. Just saying. It's very hard for me. It's the right call for this save, though. I agree it's the right call for this save. For anybody that hasn't seen what we've done thus far, you're about to. Once we get there, it's going to take us a while because we're heavy. And a lot of that has respawned. That's kind of insane, really. Yeah, and look, guys, part of me wants to make videos talking about stuff like that because I feel like common sense has left the chat in a lot of situations to where it's like, it doesn't have to be so fucking divisive, right? Like, it doesn't have to be left-right. Like, there can be nuance. You can see things as an individual topic without being called whatever name it is in the book that is the hot trending word of the week. And that's and I feel like I can pull that off pretty good. It's just that I don't know that I need to do that. I'll talk to you guys about it when it comes up on streams and stuff. I got no problem with that, but I don't know about making dedicated content specifically saying, look, both sides are fucking stupid. Because I don't think anybody's going to listen because everybody's already made up their fucking mind. So what's the point? Just saying. All right, about to come out of here. And we'll be getting home eventually. I wonder if that bear we took when we came over here the first time is back yet. That bear was in a very odd spot. Very weird spot. But we managed to get him, and we got food over here we could cook if we need to, but which I think we do. I don't think we have any food over here. Anybody remember if we cooked before we left, or did we just leave it raw? I do not recollect. We could stop and lighten the load a little bit. Let's get some lunch. Feels like we're even heavier now. I don't know why. I don't know. I've been inspired here recently. I was talking to Fertali about this today. He was like, damn, you haven't made a video in a while. And I'm like, yeah, I just haven't really wanted to, honestly. Like, I want to, but I want to do it in a different way. Like, the whole reason we built back up to get this new PC and this new monitor and why we're trying to build a dedicated space for me to actually work in is because I want that. I need that. I want it to feel like its own thing. And something that I can do without any, well, currently any technical issues. There's always going to be some kind of tech issues, but like you can minimize some of that by having, you know, newer equipment. My stuff is still over a year old when I get it, but it's current gen on pretty much everything, which is insane, which is actually insane. And like the time for bullshitting is kind of over, but I want to do things in a slightly different way where it's a little more polished. So I want to take my time with stuff a little bit. That doesn't mean that it's going to be 2 months between videos. It just means I just want to think things through a little bit more instead of just going out and going, okay, me in front of the camera, go. And not having a fucking thing written down or a plan of any kind. That worked for a while. And it didn't really work because we didn't get big and popular and super rich. So again, that's not the point. I'd be happy if it did, but it's not the point. The point is I still value production quality. I value sound. I value video. I value concept. I don't want to waste anybody's fucking time is what I'm getting at. I don't want to waste anybody's time. And that's why I'm kind of thinking a little bit harder on the next steps. What's beautiful about this series, Ropes, is once we get through this kind of, it's really, there's not a whole lot of thinking involved. It's just something I go do to get away from everything else, which is going to be great. And then when this series is done, one way or another, whether we make it to the end or we die, which anything can happen. This series could end today. We don't know. We just don't know. It's crazy, but it's a nice, fun addition to the concept. We're going to be doing some really risky shit in this series down the road. And we may live, we may die. We'll see what the RNG gods say about that. Right now, our RNG is bad. I would think a small fall would kill us, but we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. But as I was saying earlier, with the studio stuff, I don't know that I want to film that because I feel like I'm going to get judged. Because I live in a fairly unfinished basement that I'm trying to finish off sections of to make it feel more like an apartment. But it takes time. And I don't know. I don't want to deal with the, oh my God, how are you living there? Kind of comments. Like that, I don't know. It's fine. It's just an unfinished basement. I've got my own bathroom. I've got my own kitchen. I have cordoned off areas for my bedroom. I've got a closet. I'm about to have a fucking studio. I've got a front room area that shares with the kitchen. It's basically like a studio apartment down here. Except for I kind of have it blocked off into rooms so that it feels less open. And more like, hey, this is that room. And again, like I've said 1,000 times, in survival games, you need to be improving your situation at all times. And that's what I'm doing in real life. It's just little by little trying to improve my situation until it's where I love it. And that's the real catch about this is it'll never be there. There'll always be something. And it keeps things fresh and it makes me feel alive. So I want to share that, but I don't want to share it because I know I'm going to get judged. And I guess maybe I just need to grow a little thicker skin. As if it wasn't thick the fuck enough as it stands. All right, we're almost back. Community center's right over there. Can we cut across here? Just head straight at it? Or is that the church? Yeah, that's the church. Community center's over there. Yeah, I think so. Not everybody's like me, though, and I understand that. It's just the way I'm wired, is if I'm doing stuff, I'm alive. I'm feeling good. And I want to do stuff. Right now, my focus has been improving what I can improve. I don't want to live in an unfinished basement, but there's an opportunity in that with the ability to do it the way I want to do it from the ground up. So like in some aspects, it's depressing. In others, it's super exciting. It just depends on what mindset you want to take with it. I'm not going to lie to you guys. The computer was a big part of this, but it was also one of the most expensive parts of all of this. And I'm going to be not able to do a whole lot of the things that I want to do quickly because of it. But that's fine. It's totally fine. It's part of the process. I just need to do things in the order that makes sense for the most part. I mean, I want to set up the studio and I want to get at least one more camera immediately. The studio, I think, is going to be done in the next 2 weeks. At least the bare bones of it, once I get figured out exactly how it's going to go. I think it can be done in about 2 weeks. Again, there's some logistical problems to work out with that about like how I ventilate the area, because that's kind of important. There needs to be airflow, but I don't want there to be a lot of sound with the airflow. Don't think about it. Look. And now it's not. And now it's more my speed. All right, guys, for those that have not seen what we have done with the community center, you're about to. It's not done. It is a big old work in progress. However, we have done some things. Part of which was, you know, getting some wood and coal and stuff like that put together. But this is what we are sitting with right now in the community center. We have moved the desk out of the office. The office is now like storage that we can't get rid of in the construction stuff. Like for whatever reason, I can't destroy that without, if I destroy the table, it'll drop that and then I can't pick this up. Same with this table. For whatever reason, you can't just destroy that and then destroy the table. So I'll work on that as we go forward. We may destroy the table and then try, but for now, it's just as easy to keep the fucking door closed. But we moved that room out and turned that into our streaming setup over here. We still need a really nice chair for our streaming setup, but we have it right over here. And that should be nice. Of course, a little bit of storage, and things are still, like, we're early stages here, guys. It's not finished at all. We got our crafting area with the furniture workbench and a workbench here at the community center. We got a little bit of stuff here for crafting and junk like that, but right now it's not really about crafting and that kind of thing. This area in front of the flag, or I'm sorry, in front of the fire. In front of the fire is going to be the main display for our ropes collection, so that we'll be able to backlight the fire and then display all of our ropes in this area here. This is the main feature of the entire base. I found one Canadian flag. We need to find another one so that we're kind of symmetrical, but that's something we can do with time. We'll find one. But that's kind of the gist of that. And then we've got upstairs, which is our bedroom. And we have the bearskin bed that we will eventually have end tables, and we'll put art and stuff up here. And I think it's going to be a perfect spot for a bedroom. Our sleeping is worthy of being on stage. I would like to maybe relocate the crafting area a little bit. What I'd really like is to move it into that room over there, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. Simply because I don't think you can get rid of everything there, and it's just going to end up on the floor. And then you can't get rid of that. So, yeah, this is home, guys. This is the Kingdom Center. We got 3 ropes home. We could have brought a 4th one home now, but we're not going to do that because we're not looting the ropes of Coastal Highway. The 3 we found were just loose in random regions. That's not really a main region. So we're going to just not worry about that. But I think the double flag idea looks pretty good. I wish there was maybe a hinterland flag or something we could fly on the other side, so it's symmetrical but asymmetrical at the same time. I'm not sure about the deer head. We'll see what other type of stuffed things we can find. You cannot make a bear or a moose at all. You can't make them. And I think that's a huge missed opportunity. I tried. These trophies to hang on the wall, the only thing you can do is these fish. And they got a trophy like that for every one of the fish you can possibly catch in the game. But not for a moose, not for a bear. I don't think you can even make a deer. I don't think you can make any of these. You have to find these. So maybe we'll find something. Like Hunter's Lodge, maybe. I don't know. When the time comes, we'll see. But yeah, conceptually, all of this will be cleaned up eventually. Like, you guys know how I operate. We get to where we function, and then we'll start to move stuff around eventually. We also kept this board that we might put something like that. And then we have snapshots of some of the ropes from each of the regions in something like this. And if that's not possible, and it might not be possible, then we will end up making framed art of those pictures, and we will find a place to display those. Maybe even behind our bed. Right now we've got this cool painting that we found. I don't remember where we found it, but we found this one, and it's the moose. I'd never seen that one before, and I'm like, that's going over my bed for the time being. So that's why it's there. But yeah, the whole place will be decorated with pictures, and we'll have rugs, like things will be great. But the main feature is going to be right here. It's all about this area here, which is why I kind of want to turn this crafting area somewhere else, because I don't like where stuff is there. The rope should be the main focal point, because that's what the series is all about. You light a fire behind it, and I can sit here and talk about them, about what it took to get them, blah, blah, blah. We're not quite there yet, though, which is fine. Let's drop some things. For now, this is fun. I've got plans to really, because I've never leaned into the decoration stuff since they did this. Yes, the bed is on stage. And you know why. You know why. But I've got aspirations to make this place look really cool. And I think we can do that. We took out all the clutter. It's all hanging out in these kind of places right now. Like all the chairs and shit that we picked up, it's all just hanging out in there. Whoa. Okay, hang on. I didn't see that. Wait, no. Wait. No. Hang on. I can do this. I can do these things. Do I have to be in that mode? Yes. How is that one aligned? Boys. Boys. I feel like we're doing okay right now. I feel like we're doing pretty okay. Nothing to see here. Just a guy and his ropes. Living my best life. Eventually we'll get things clean. That's just not the point of today. I figured once we had a bunch of ropes come in and it was starting to get really cluttered would be when we break from doing ropes for one more episode and be like, okay, this is the day that we finish this shit up. And we just spend an entire weekend on gathering wood and fortifying and making all of our shit here to make things look like a home. Much like I'm trying to do in the basement right now. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. All right, hang on. I need a beer and I'm going to pee. That's the last beer, by the way. Then we go back to water. But I'm going to go to the bathroom too. BRB. All right. Well, now you guys know what we're getting into. It's not just the ropes. It's also experimenting with the I can't remember what the update was called. What was it fucking called now? It'll come to me in a minute. We need to put some things away, though, for sure. And we can't do it there because chairs. And that's going to take A little bit, I think. We should be able to put everything away here. Just pictures and clocks and shit like that that we might use later. Like, it's... all this stuff's going to get cleaned up. And some of it's going to get used, some of it won't. Where is our weight at now? Still heavy. What did we bring that's making us heavy? Salt. Hey. Alright, so that's going to go over here to the crafting thing, because that's what we would need to make the curing bin. And I think that puts us right about where we should be, almost. We need another storage container. What about... The rest we can drop on the ground for the time being. So like these. That. And we had... damn it. We had simple tools. I thought we had quality. Oh, we got both. Okay, we're good. We're going to go and drop these simple tools. All right, that gets us back down on that. We're good here. We're good there. We're good here. We're good there. We're good here. We have nothing there. That's as light as we're going to get. We should probably head back, right? Like, we should probably head back. We left all the meat uncooked. It's kind of shitty. It's getting a little late. We got a 6-burner. What can we do with that 6-burner? How many do we have? We don't have enough. We need so many more cooking pots. So let's do 3 and 3. All right. Let's go start a fire. 75% chance. 3 out of 4 times this works. This is the right move because we don't have any food here. 3 out of 4 times it works and we failed. Our RNG has just been shit. It's been absolute garbage. All right, let's do... All right, so what we really need to do is drop the meat here. And then we can just move it up to those instead of having to place it. If we had cooking pots for those, we couldn't do it, but we'd also be cooking it a lot faster. And all the while, we're getting cooking points here, just FYI. Like we're making good progress on a lot of shit. We're almost to cooking level 4 already. We might even get to cooking level 4 during this bear cook, which means everything we cook is working towards 5, and then we're done. We can eat whatever. Like that's a lot quicker than I thought it would go down. But it did take multiple big animals to make it happen. And a lot of other meat as well. But we can cook through the night. And I guess we could put our bedroll down over here maybe. Something like that. And then we could get 1 hour naps in. Because the radio's right there. So, yeah. Wow, I didn't even see that before. Didn't even see that before. It would be nice to get to Cooking 5. I'm not going to lie about that. It'd be real freaking nice. Because the benefits outweigh the work it took. We can eat whatever, even if it's spoiled and we can't get food poisoning anymore. Which means we can pretty much get rid of the antibiotics. Later, buddy. I'll be in touch tomorrow. Just hit me back on Discord about the video thing, because I'd love to have this conversation with you, and I really appreciate if you had an hour to sit down and talk. See how much easier this is now? And again, we don't have any food cooked here, so this is an important thing. We need a buffer. There will be animals that we have to go out and hunt, one way or another. Of course, we're going to try to keep it to the big game, because caloric intake versus kilos. Like, that's the... Again, there's so many ways to look at things like this. I tend to look at survival games very analytically. And I try to think about things like, you know, carry weight versus benefit, which is exactly what we're talking about with the meats. Why bother taking wolves when you're getting not even 2/3 of the nutrition of a bear? Are wolves more plentiful? Yes, but it takes that much more work and that much more durability of your knife and more rounds, and then you got to fix your guns. Like, it's a thing. It's a thing. We are trying to be as efficient as possible about getting these ropes. And that's how I'm always going to try to deal with survival games. I want to be fairly efficient. Goodness. Thank God that's legal, huh? I'm going to give everything just a moment there so we can... get everything a little closer on the grill. All right, let's drop some meat. There is cooking level 4, boys. We are on the final frame. Let's fucking go. We got lots more to cook, too. We got a lot of more. Whole lot of more. Might even cook these. Turn them into broth, maybe? Maybe. All right, so one thing that is happening here is we're getting hungry and thirsty. We need to start taking cat naps if we're going to get back. Little tiny cat naps. We need to eat when we get up. I don't want to forget about that. Sounds pretty gnarly outside. Wow, okay. How is that possible? It was the third one to go on. How's that even possible? Oh, because we don't have any salt. Okay, then we're fucking this up pretty bad. Damn it. Let's just cook it. It doesn't matter. We can go get more ptarmigan. It doesn't matter. Why is that one so much less? I don't understand. Hang on, we need to drop. And then we need to go out. We may need to light a match. Wow. Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to get an aurora tonight because we got a blizzard. So there's that. I don't have any. Okay. We need to drop the water. That's what it is. We got a fuck ton of water on us. That's our problem. Yeah. Just drop 20 liters. Bang. That away. Alright, so we messed up the things, but that's fine. We'll be okay. Oh, I see what happened here. I see what happened. Okay, we're fine though. I don't know why that's 6 minutes faster now. Why is that inedible? Why is that only 31 minutes? Where did we get half fucking kilo of steaks? How did this happen? And that's what's going on. That's not normal. shit. I think we're about perfect. This is nice. And then we'll just go up and get some sleep, and then we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We need to get back over to Coastal, though. I'm really tempted to take the fuel over to Coastal, but I feel like waiting and bringing that back here is probably the better idea. We need the meat here way more than we need it over there. And we can cook meat a lot faster over here. So it's a better use of our fuel. Like, we've barely touched that first load of coal. We're maybe halfway through it. We got a shit ton of reclaimed wood that we picked up. Just eat a couple of the tarmies. We really should be trying to get some sleep, but we can do that here pretty soon. Because we're about done here. And we can do this. Look at how lovely this looks. We're just going to come up here and sleep an hour at a time until morning, which is, I don't know, 5 or 6 hours. And then we're going to try to get back over to Coastal, I think. There's nothing we need to bring over there. We picked up everything useful and already brought it home, except for the salt, which we could use more salt here. That's a lot of meat we could just do as cured, and it would never go bad. But the point is, if we're almost to cooking level 5, shouldn't we just get there because it doesn't matter? Don't we get more value out of bear if it's grilled versus cured? Science, I guess. I guess science. We're probably going to get 3 or 4 hours sleep at daybreak just to be nice and well rested enough to get there and be good. We're going to be walking back fairly light. You got to remember too, we're carrying both the pistol, all our ammo, and we're carrying the rifle with the ammo, which is not what we usually would do. We'd usually go around with one or the other, but yeah. It is what it is. Let's do another hour. That might be enough energy to get back. Okay, then maybe we shouldn't be curing meat, right? Sounds like a fucking blizzard outside, by the way. The game and its blizzards are trying to have fun with us right now. And I'm not here for it. Oh, so what you're saying is, okay, so how do we work that though? Because really the only way to make that effective is at Coastal. And even that's not that effective because those fucking fish are heavy. You can't build that out by the fishing shack, can you? Where you just throw fish in and cure them? Because I would take some calorie loss if it gave me a big weight gain or weight loss. I would definitely do that. Let's do 9. Okay. Because we're gonna have to eat and drink here pretty soon. We can't really go anywhere. Might as well just sit here and rap for a minute. Maybe we should go get an hour's sleep. Because we talked about having a little bit more energy, and if we can't go right now, that's fine. Let's just see if an hour's sleep will fix it. And if not, we'll do another hour's sleep. And then we'll probably stop. And it doesn't sound like it, so let's do another hour's sleep. We'll look a little closer, see where we're at tired meter wise, and we might do 1 more hour. I don't want to waste a whole fucking day just sleeping. And see, we don't really need it, but it's still storming. I can hear it. Try one more hour, and then we're done. Okay, the storm's over. We can go now. It's about as light as we're gonna get. Let's go. Yeah, nice weather. Let's eat the termies. Well, we'll eat 1 termy for now. Take a swig, and let's get moving. Back to coastal, boys. Waiting on the next Aurora. I feel like maybe I did make the cure box. It might be in the main save. I don't remember. I see where you get your salt now. The salt's a very easy trade. Very fucking easy trade. Compared to some of the other ones. Yeah, salt's never going to be a problem. It's more of a problem to move. So like I said, you probably want to do that in region. It's not something I really want to... I don't want to move salt all the time back over to Pleasant Valley. But I can see if it reduces the weight considerably, I can see where that's the fish thing. Because fish can get very big and a lot of calories. It's horizontal snow again. It's trying to blizzard again. All right, so when we get back to coastal, let's think about our goals over there. We need to replenish some fuel. And there's been at least a couple of blizzards. So we should be able to go out and harvest some wood again. But that means we need to make sure that our hatchet and everything is in good shape. We need to potentially harvest a little more meat. Not for cooking, but for potential trading. And I think we're okay on water for trading for right now. We could always cook more water. Like, we could always use more water. But the problem is we've traded so much with this guy already. It's like, bro, like, come on. Let me do your quest now. Because the quests are going to take forever. That's a lot of travel to go do these things. And I'm pretty sure I know where he's not going to send us at this point. And the reason is I know where the caches that we found are located. He's going to send us into regions we haven't been into yet. Did we ever? We never did check the Timberwolf cache, did we? We didn't even go up there. I know we didn't check in Ash because that one's convoluted. Doable, but a pain in the ass. Yeah, I can see where that would be super useful. Oh, shit. I'm going to get to the cave real quick, and I'm going to have to pause for just a second. I've made a calculated error. Let's get up here into safety, and then I will do that. It won't take but a minute or so. Shouldn't need that out anymore, so that way we don't desk pop. Beautiful day, even though it's windy. I mean, super crisp and clear. You'll love to see it. I was really hoping we'd already gotten through this by now. We knew where we had to go for the next one. The point I was trying to reach was... we know where there weren't caches, and I'm pretty sure these are going to be the caches that we're looking for, like the weapons cache, the food cache, that kind of thing that he's going to send us to. We haven't found any of those yet, so we know where some of those things are not. It could be in Timberwolf Mountain, so I assume he's probably going to send us there, but we will see, I suppose. All right, give me 1 second. I've got one thing to go track down. I'll be right back. right. That was an adventure. I had to go outside. It is still muggy as fuck out there, boys. White. All right, off we go. We're not picking up the coal. It's better served at home. Wait, I did this wrong. Most of that is respawned. I just don't want to spend the time right now. And I'd rather bring it back to the community center. If we're being honest. We should come home fairly light. If we want to. I don't think the salt is going to be a thing. We're just using that as a trading thing, and we're just going to keep moving on. We'll just cook meat, and that's what we do for the rest of the game. For this save, anyway. I'd rather have the coal at the Kingdom Center. A lot of it's here. It shouldn't be. It's only been like fucking 20 some odd days. But it's almost all here. We can get wood for over there. If we need to take another bear, we will. If we don't, we don't. I'd like to get out of Coastal as quickly as possible. Just saying. All right. Oddly enough, we're going back into Coastal. Let's head down. We'll get to the road. We'll follow the road. We don't need to go tempt the bear right now. No, we're not looting. We're not looting. I'm Naruto running down this fucking hill. And doing it very well, I might add. Holy shit. Need to be careful here. We know there's a bear that's kind of active this way. We don't want to get caught by surprise here. That might even been the rock that saved our life right there. I don't know. I don't remember. I think it's back over there. A little closer to home. So we may still have a bear in front of us. Although I don't think so now. But there still could be a bear in front of us because it could be the bear down at Quonset that just does his thing. And I love moving around with purpose. I love it. We are doing this to do that, to do this, complete that so we can go do the shit we want to go do and not second guess it ever and say, well, what if we did that? It's the right call. In the end, it's the right call. It sucks right now, but it's the right call. Whoa. Okay. Tell me you guys saw that. Jesus. Usually that means there's a big predator that just spawned in. Could be all the way up the hill. They could have put it right here at the entrance. Don't know. Probably ought to switch to rifle. Could be in the yard over there. Don't know. I don't see anything. My guess is that bear just spawned in up there, like right above that ridge right there. Do we need to, though? Bro, my rifle ammo is getting depleted. Oh, there was a big spike. Yeah, there was a big spike. So I assume that bear spawned in right as we loaded that area, basically. We'll eat the Termy. Look, the thing is, we're trying to get done with the trader. I'm not going to stay here long term and do trading. The idea is just to get to the next freaking Aurora. Like, that's it. That's the whole plan right now. We can't do anything until we get to the next Aurora regardless. I do not want to go around dealing with Ptarmigan down. I don't want to do that. There's more than enough ammo in the game. We almost don't even need the rifle once we start doing the ropes. Almost don't need it. Because we're just surviving the region long enough to get the ropes and get the fuck out. Like, we're not trying to establish ourselves. I don't even know where Termies are at on this map. We found some in PV. I know where they're at there. But that's in PV. I'm not going back over there right now. We got so many regions we haven't even looked at. Like, we got so many more rifle rounds to find. It's too expensive right now. I'm just trying to get through the trader shit. That's all I'm saying. Because it would be a travesty if we didn't do the trader stuff. I'm just trying to get to his mission so we can go complete his missions. We're going to have to do the tails again, too. Just FYI. We're going to have to do them. So, we got a lot of work ahead of us in this save. It would surprise me if it didn't take us well through the end of the year to get this done on this save. Just doing weekend streams. Could we do it faster if I was unemployed? Yes. Much faster if I was unemployed. Or should I say self-employed? All right, we got plenty of meat. Should have plenty of water. For now. We had a reasonable amount of meat out here, right? Probably enough for another round of trading. I don't know. Do you guys want to go fight a bear? Is it useful to us right now? Is it literally just us securing backups on top of backups? While we wait to do this trader shit? Because if you tell me that, I'm kind of down. And I got a little bit of time left tonight. Again, sorry for the late start, but it was hot as fuck. And I kind of, just between one little trip out today, it was bad. It sucked. Where is this big fucker? That lag spike. Oh, no. I'm not trying to belittle anybody else's opinion. It's just we got hit with it real hard today, and that's not our typical shit here. It gets hot here, and sometimes it gets a little bit humid, but like we were like 70% fucking humidity landlocked here today. You know, like it sucked. It was just all kinds of bad. I'm not trying to say that my situation is worse than anybody else's. Just today it was bad. Based on our usual climate. I don't think we're going to get a bear. It's almost night. We should go back. The same thing we just tried to do. There's so much more reclaimed wood we could come and get in this area. And also do this. Just make sure he ain't trying to sneak up behind me. I mean, I drink a little bit of beer, but other than that, I pretty much just drink, like, flavored water for the most part. Very diluted things like, I don't know, Country Time Lemonade and Crystal Light. They're all very diluted. I just need a little bit of flavor in my water. I don't need it to be like syrup. I just need it to have a little flavor because I have trouble with just straight water. And I think a lot of people do too. I don't think enough people talk about that either. A lot of people just have a tough time because water is just so flavorless. Unless you're like out exerting energy and the water tastes really good, that way it's fine. But like just as a total consumption thing during the day, sorry, give me a little flavor. A little flavor. Yeah, it was just hot here today. Like the worst hot we've had in ages. I've seen this question skirting around online about summer or winter. Defend your position. And I'm like, it's winter every fucking time. Because there are just things about summer that I can't control. With humidity, like with wintertime, it's always a varied shade of cold. And the colder it gets, the more layers you put on. But when it gets super hot like this, you can't take all your layers off. It's once you get down to skin, you can do no more. You're just hot at that point. So give me cold anytime. Not to mention it's a whole lot drier. There's almost no real humidity when it's super cold out. We've done pretty well here. Let's have a steak and have a big swig of that water. And let's get ready to do some 1 hour sleeps. I could have probably passed 1 more hour. We're going to do 1 more Aurora tonight, and then I think I'm going to call it a day. We'll be back tomorrow, though, and try to continue this. I told you guys it's probably going to take a couple more weeks. Based on the RNG we're getting, which I guess is fine. It is what it is. This way we're still getting our rest, but like, we know we're not going to be super active, so we don't need to be fully fucking rested. And we don't want to sleep through a fucking Aurora. That'd be the worst case scenario. I'm going to guess, I don't know. We got still over half the night. We could still get one. We could still get one. Stranger things have happened. Let's swig. Another little sleep. All right, looking less and less likely we're gonna get an Aurora tonight. So it's gonna be another day of us just hanging the fuck out. That's all she wrote on that, folks. All right. Yeah, we'll wait for 1 more Aurora tonight. And we'll do the trades and then we'll get out of here. All we can really do is sit here and pass time. And just eat up the food and drink all the water. Like that's really all we can do. While we wait for the game to say, okay, here you go. There's no sense in doing anything but passing 8 hours. There's no point in going. We could have gone to the car and do it, I guess, just to avoid the cabin fever risk. But either way, we can go out to the car and sleep regardless. So it's not a problem. Even if we get afflicted with cabin fever, we got options. Our gear is plenty good enough. Plenty good enough. to sleep in that car. I think we're going to pass another 3 hours. We might go out and get a couple of steaks. Again, we're just plowing through our shit at this point. Whatever, I suppose. Here we are at the next night, guys. We have an Aurora. It's just not actuated yet. It's just not on quite yet. I don't want to pass an hour. I kind of want to just sit here and wait. Because this wouldn't be on unless there was an Aurora. But it just hasn't started yet. Because everything's not on. Some things are on. That's weird. We'll know when other shit starts flashing when it goes off. I guess we can come in here and see if we can watch for the radio to light up. Because the radio at some point will light up. It might even light up now. Nope. Not yet. The radio's right there. It's probably impossible to see. We don't want to pass any time. We just have to sit here and wait now. So this is just yet another mechanic that's just wasting my time. Good God. I'll peach to that, boys. Cheers. That's another thing I need to go buy to get ready for my 17 days off is another pen. Make sure we're ready to go. I think I can pretty much put together the entire studio for under $400. And I do mean under 400 bucks. 350-ish. That's with the carpet, with the walls. I've already got the sound dampening material, and I'm not going to be using face cam right away, so it doesn't have to be a pretty background just yet. There we go. It all switched on. That was actually kind of cool. I've never seen that before. That was kind of neat. Wow. That was kind of neat. Annoying, but neat. Hang on. Let's turn them up just in case there's anything to talk about. Which I think we've already done.
More for me?
Conversations, okay? Not. Help?
All this drifting on the water makes my mind go places. And thanks to my leg, well, there's no way I could manage it. I've got something that needs doing, and you're gonna do it for me, got it? But I'll make it worth your while.
Okay, we're in. We're in.
Find my brother, Wyatt. He hasn't checked in since it all went dark. He runs with this group of preppers. Bad guys, his crew, but they look up to him. There were always three that followed Wyatt around. Stockpilers, hunters, conspiracy nuts. Maybe you know the type. Their old bunker police to start looking for him. One of the guys had a half a brain, unlike the other two who were caught up in mounting heads on the wall or scribbling crazy theories. I'd start with him, the half a brain survivalist. Bring me any signs of Wyatt you could find. Something squirreled away, out of sight. A loose brick, you get the idea. Those idiots thought they were so damn clever.
Yellow paint.
You do that, and I'll start sharing my best stuff with you. And if you don't, well, good luck to you, pal.
All right, so we don't have to trade anything.
Okay, then.
So, let's get an update. It's here, okay. Why is this not in my list? This is Sutherland's Tale. Why is it not in my list? How do I look this up? Okay. Okay.
You again. It's not much, but it's what I've got.
Special request. ×1. Accept the trade. Wait, what's the... Oof. No. No. Okay. This is fine.
Right. See you on the other side.
All right. So that should have started the tale, right? No. Wait. It just says, so these are like super open-ended. It doesn't tell you where to go to get to what they're telling you to go get. It just says find it in the world. Really? So I got no idea where I'm going to do this task. We've already been to that cache, and it wasn't one of those kind of caches. It was stocked, but it wasn't one of the ones. It wasn't the hunters or the other. It wasn't those. So literally they just want me to go out into the world and figure it out. On a world this size, when every decision hit, like, what? The only one we didn't look at was Timberwolf Mountain. So we could go over to Timberwolf Mountain and check out the cache there and see if it's one of them. But we know the one in Hush River Valley is not populated. We've been there. It's not populated. The one in Mountain Town, not populated. Mystery Lake is populated, but it also wasn't one of the specialty bunkers. Pleasant Valley, populated, not a specialty bunker. We don't know on Timberwolf, and we didn't go to Ash. There's nothing here, right? Nothing coastal. All right, so I know the end of this is us blowing up the one that is right by the rope to Timberwolf. Should we go up there and investigate first? I already know the hidden cache is not what we're looking for in Pleasant Valley. But we could go back to PV and we could go revisit it. There's stuff there we could pick up and take home. It might be useful. And then again, we may not pick any of it up because it may not be useful. This is a different kind of run. This isn't a scour of the world kind of thing. What did we call it before? we had a name for the run. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, the Locust Run. We're not doing that. We already did that. That's what the main save is currently. It's just a place where we show off the ropes. I am very disenchanted right now that that's the only information we get.
Back at it, I guess. Shoving off.
I mean, those particular bunkers only spawn where they spawn. And you got to know all the locations. They didn't put any yellow paint in here at all, like to even tell you where you're trying to go. Nothing. That's kind of insane. I'm not going to lie, that's kind of fucking insane. All right, so let's sleep till morning and let's head back home, I guess. 'Cause that's the right thing to do. We're finally out of here, which is what I wanted. We'll double check everything in the morning to make sure we've got everything we want out of here. Because we got some weight to give, we might as well come back with things that might be useful to us over there. We should loot the general vicinity. That hurts already. One bag of salt, it hurts already. I'm just making sure we did it right, is all. Oh, you know, good point. We can take the coal back with us. That's not a bad idea. That's really not a bad idea at all. We'll be a little heavy here, and then we'll be a little more heavy as we come out with all the coal. That's not a horrible idea. That gets fuel back to the main base. Super important. We're getting a 2-for-1. Do we even need the salt over there, though? Like, do we? I guess we could do science. I guess we could do science.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
I'm not sure why I haven't turned off your fucking audio, Will. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. I always forget to turn it back off. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll bring the salt because we need 10 kilos to build the thing, and then I think you need 10 kilos to start curing meat. And in order to do a side-by-side, we're going to have the ability to cure meat. So there's that. We sleep 10 hours. That means drink. We just got here. I'm gonna bring an extra cooking pot back as well, because it's better served over there than it is here. I'm not gonna bring the skillet. All right, so we're off. We're gonna go pick up the coal. We're gonna pick up one more steak too, just to be on the safe side. And off we go. We're gonna try to dodge this fucking bear for like a 15th time. He's never been there. We saw him once, he backed away, and we never saw him again. We were trying to do trader shit. Actually, let's make that happen. And then we can switch to that guy. Because if we gotta shoot again, it's probably gonna be a bear. Look, we'll have to science that shit. So maybe that's what we'll do, is try to get this curing thing done. And then we'll compare and contrast the two different products. Do you get cooking points for curing or not? That's an interesting question. I mean, you should. You put the meat through a process. You should get credit for that. We're getting towards cooking 5. So I don't want to overdo the curing thing. So maybe just a couple of pieces and then we'll grill the rest probably. Depending on if we get points. If we get points, it doesn't matter. We can do either. But what you're describing is me getting maximum carry weight with, even though you lose some calories on the original piece of meat, you can carry like 2 to 1. So you're actually gaining a fuck ton of calories for the same carry weight. It's basically what I'm hearing here. And I would be into that. But I'm not sure that I want to ferry salt back and forth constantly to do it. I think the grilled meat for the purpose of this run is probably just simpler. But I've never scienced that, so we should probably look into it before we start making conclusions. All right, I don't think we're going to see the bear, and I'm not sure that we're going to see a wolf up here either, but we'll switch back to the pistol for the moment. We're a little lighter coming through here than we were a couple of days ago. But we're going to be heavy here in a minute. We got a load of coal to bring home. We got none on us, so we'll get a pure count of what has respawned in only... It's not even been a month, but there's been several blizzards. And typically they will get respawns on the coal with blizzards. I'm guessing there's like 30 or 40 pieces there. It's not going to be like in the 50s like it has been. Because it hasn't been a full month yet. But that's still stuff we could bring. Quite a few hours of fuel for consumption later. Or for carry fuel. Like, you always want to leave home with 3 or 4 pieces of coal, right? It just makes perfect sense. We shot everything coming through here just a couple of days ago. We should be clear, but you never fucking know. And somehow we're just dead ass in the wind. Just blasting us in the face. We're gonna find fucking pistol cartridges all over the place. I'll be interested to see how many we get. We've been pulling 50s, which is super nice. I bet you were somewhere in the 35 to 45 range, because I don't think it's all respawned. That's still quite a few hours of fuel, though. Especially with a 6-burner. If you just want to cook meat, you can cook meat. If you just want to make water, you can make a lot of water in that time. At a 12-liter clip every 2 hours. You do the math on how much you can make. It's a lot. Look out, Bambi. There's no reason to go back over there right now. We got to keep coming back here once we complete these tails. I'm very bothered. Because they're just going to be like, you just got to go find these 3 things in the wild. With no help whatsoever. Well, like I said, I've never really played with the curing box and stuff. We may build one. We should build one to do science. Go take a bear or something, and then we do science with that. We grill a piece, and we cure a piece. Well, boys, the good news is we got through to this part of the challenge. The bad thing is the game is not telling us anything about where we need to go. That is really unfortunate, because that makes me not give a flying shit about Sutherland Sales. I'm sorry. You want to tell me I need to go to this region and figure it out? Cool. But you can't not give me the region. It makes no sense. We didn't check Timberwolf Mountain, and we didn't go to Ash Canyon. We could go do that. Ash Canyon's a really tough one to find. You got to be on just the right level and take just the right path. All right, boys, here we go. Coal gathering. We had 0 on us. And walking through that time, it did seem like there was an awful lot of it respawned. Hey, look, man, I just know that this is super useful shit, and we're not gonna let it pass us by sitting here doing nothing. This is the way back out, right? I just want to make sure we're getting it all. That's the way back out. All right, off we go. Get as much as we can. Whatever's here, we want to find. I don't think there was any in here. I'll take a bandage, though, just in case. Hang on, we gotta go all the way back and take that other turn. Yeah, we gotta go all the way back and take that other turn. Hey, look, we're doing science, whether you know it or not. It's like how much actually does spawn in here? And does it start to go down over time? These are valid gaming questions. We're doing the community a service here. All right. So there was a bunch back here that we just didn't... I forgot that was where that ended. But we didn't miss the coal, and we're good. Look, in a game like this, a renewable resource is one of the coolest fucking things ever. All you really need to come through here and pick this shit up every 30 days of your gameplay or so is a fucking lighting source of something so you can see. Torches, a storm lantern, whatever. That's all you need. And the shit is fairly plentiful in here. At least on Voyager difficulty. There might be more here than I thought there was. It adds up quicker than it feels like. Especially a place like this where there's just a lot of it. We're getting slower, though. I can feel it. That means we're picking up quite a bit. I am so curious. There's still more up the stairs. There's some more here too. Good Lord. This is the game trying to make up for forcing me to, you know, take 8 tries on a fucking 55% fire. We're getting very heavy. This is a good thing, though. This is a good thing. And that's probably it. Might be a random piece as we cross this threshold, but I don't think so. But there is, right there. Wow, okay. Wrong. Happy to be wrong. And this leads us up and out. I'm sorry, but doing this to feed your base is the meta. End of story. This is the most effective tactic possible. All right, let's do that. Let's find out. 46. We got 46 pieces, so it wasn't all completely back, but that's still pretty good. That's still pretty damn good. That's 46, more than 46 hours worth of fuel. And depending on your fire starting level, it could be even more. I will always walk heavy for shit like that. I'm not. I have to go back and check the footage, but I'm pretty sure that we pulled 50s on the first 2 tries out of there. Like I think we brought a 52 back over to Coastal, and then we blew through it, making food and water and stuff. We used it. It's not like it went to waste or anything, but that's gone. Just because some of the longer cooks we did over there, but we needed it to make sure we were good and fed and watered and sheltered and all that good shit. Oh God. You know what I just realized for all of this? We don't have our bedroll with us right now. We never went back in the kitchen and picked up our bedroll. Interesting. Oh, I'm just in awe of how much better this looks than it used to look for me. It's so cool. It wasn't that it was bad before, it's just so much better now. All right, so let's go back home. Let's figure out what's going on here. You know what? I don't think we brought the whetstone with us. We had a pretty full whetstone over there, and I don't think we have one over here. We're gonna have to be careful about that. We are very heavy. I think we're heavier now than we were coming through last time. And we were really heavy last time. Like, we're very heavy. Look at our tired meter. It's still, what, a little under 2/3? Jesus. We're not even all that tired. We're still walking this slow. We're heavy. Funny though, because we were doing really good with the shit we came out of Coastal with the salt. We were already a little bit heavy leaving Coastal, but we were moving pretty good. Now we're just slogging it. This is what you do if you want to get ahead. All right, we'll be home soon. We'll drop these things off. See what we need, I guess, to make that that curing box. No harm in that. And I'm feeling like it's getting time for me to think about falling down. It was a warm one. The humidity seems to have fallen off a little bit now that the sun's been down for a while. It is still technically showing 93 degrees at 12:32 Central Standard Time. AM. So yeah, it got warm today. I don't think it ever went over like 96 though. It was just so goddamn thick. The humidity just kept it going. Very heavy air. Fuck. Bears up. Not interested right now. It's going that way. Can probably avoid pretty easy. Yeah, the claws were pointing that way, so I guess if we come down here, maybe we can get around it. Shouldn't be a major problem. Yeah, no bear encounter would be the right move here. We're super heavy as is. Would like to just get stuff back to that building on the horizon over there. Well, I don't have to give him 6. I could just give him 1. But it doesn't stop us from being way less mobile than we ought to be right now. It's not a good time to fight. I wonder if this is the bear that can come down into the front yard, as it were. Or if that's the one that spawns back up over there in that cave. I don't even know if that one's up. There seems to be a lot of bear spawns here in Pleasant Valley, though. We're gonna offer him moose kicks like we did the one night. Hey, Mr. Bear, would you like some coffee? I don't know. See, I find that most wild animals hate it when you shoot them in the face. So I usually just shoot them all in the face and hope for the best. And the Timbies, if you can shoot enough of them in the face, they'll just fuck off. they'll just fuck off. If there's 5 of them, you shoot 2 or 3, and they're bleeding out, you're probably breaking their will. All right, we're almost back with our load of shit here, which is nice. It's good to have. The coal is a nice to have thing. We're making the most of these trips. And it's gonna help us sustain getting in and out of this region to stack the ropes and make our display. It makes me wonder how far that one comes down. I'd like to get inside without dealing with him. Bear's over there. I see him there. I'm not so sure that isn't that bear. Are there 2 bears up right now, or is that the same bear? All right, well, let's get inside for the time being. We don't need that bear right now. We need to get lightened up. There's our bedroll. Whoops. All right. That won't fix everything. However, it will help. This will also help immensely. We're light again. I don't think we've got a whetstone, so we got to be careful about what we go do. I'm trying to think a little bit about what our direction for tomorrow is going to be. Because I'm not sure that I give a shit at this point about that anymore. I'll tell you a story when you find this thing in one of the random 17 regions in the map. And then you come back here, and then you got to go do that twice more with random regions from the map. Huh? So we're going to need to go up and look at the things here just to make sure there's nothing there. At either one of these, we can go to Timberwolf and check for the stash there. I guess. The one in Ash Canyon's a pain in the ass. We got to get to it eventually, but I didn't want to try to get to it until we were getting ropes. The one in Bleak's not hard. Is there any other ones? I know it's not HRV. HRV was empty. Mountain Town was empty. It doesn't just spawn them back where you've already seen. This seems like a really big detour from what we're trying to do here, which is the ropes. I guess the thing is, we're going to take ropes from regions we can't get back to. And if they're like, now you got to go over there. It's like, well, then fuck you anyway. Like, I don't care at that point. I'm not saying that I need them to hold my hand, but like, they got to tell you, hey, this guy was stationed in Pleasant Valley. So you know that's the region you got to go check. Instead of just being like, well, it could be any region. Well, but then you had to deal with the bear. I hope you had a plan there as well. What would it take to make this thing? What's it under? Meat curing box. 10 fur, that's a lot. We got the salt. Okay, 10 fur is a lot though. That's the rare shit. Wouldn't really be that hard, but so we'll do that first thing tomorrow probably. Brother, I'm tired. The heat wipes me. Like when I get super hot, it wipes me out. I've already showered once today. I'm gonna go take another one before I go to bed. Just so I'm at my coolest temperature possible. We've got the woodworking tools. They're right there. We just put them up there on the bench. Fur, I mean, it's kind of expensive, but it's not that expensive. Especially with a bear lurking around. It's a little late in the day to be doing this anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna catch my save. We're gonna start tomorrow with the curing box, and so we can do some science. And I guess we'll check this region just for the prepper things to see what happens. I don't know. I guess we could go check Timberwolf. I really don't want to have to go to Ash Canyon. I only wanted to do that once. I guess we would only have to do it once, but to get the ropes that we're going to get from there, we're going to be up on the plateau that you'd have to be on to get that. So, like, it would be a double back. So, whatever. Okay, I'm going to go to the end screen. Why is my... Whoa, the chat's on there. Wait, is it? It is. I didn't think that worked. Damn. Good job out of me. Where's my fucking model? Oh, I see. Hang on, let me quit that. For whatever reason, I've got it muted. There I am. I was here all along. All right, tomorrow night, I'm a little bit bummed after doing all of that, how this is treated. There's too many caches. There's too much ground to cover for them to just do it randomly 3 times or 4 times or whatever. That doesn't sound like fun to me. We might bypass this. And I don't know. Had there been some direction of any kind, I would probably go ahead and follow through with it. Tell me to go somewhere. I'll go to that region. I'll figure it out. But if they're going to do it this way, I don't think that's right. So I'll think on it overnight tonight. Either way, we're going to build the curing box first thing tomorrow. And then maybe we'll go hunt that bear that we saw. And we'll see about doing a side-by-side comparison of, all right, how long it takes to cure, which I think is several days, right? A couple of days. Anyway, we'll get to it all tomorrow. And then we should head out someplace tomorrow. I guess we can go to, I guess we'll go to Ash and Timberwolf and look for those and see if it's there. We'll check the ones here. We could go back to Mystery Lake because it was populated, but it's not one of the specialty ones. It's just one of the generic ones. That's the same goes for here in Pleasant Valleys. I don't know. But we can check them again. I swear to God, if I gotta go back to Mountain Town and all of a sudden that's the hunter's stash, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Real upset. Like, come on. But I can't do it that way because we cut ourselves off from places. Oh, yeah? Yeah, they are bouncing a little more than I'd like. Anyway, we'll pursue that tomorrow. I'm going to go get a little more food, I think, and then probably just go soak in a cold shower for a little while. And then I'll be back tomorrow, and we will do more in this. Maybe we get to a point where it's like, okay, fine, we're just going to start doing ropes. And maybe we get it set up. We design the base tomorrow. We get all the wood we can possibly handle. Although we need to go get a whetstone somewhere because we're going to run out of hatchet and knife. But we actually build up the community center. So anyway, guys, have a good night. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight. We're getting there. I got to think on it a little bit. It bothers me a little bit what they did with this shit. So, at any rate, again, have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. We will try to be strict to the 6 p.m. tomorrow because it probably won't go past 10 or 11 because it's Sunday night. So, till then, guys, thanks for watching. Bye.